Tabletop time.
I'm Dave, and I play the character called Delvin. And Delvin's a lovable, likable sort who will never really steer at anyone wrong. And altogether, you're gonna think he's a pretty great chap if you get to know him.
My name is Jen, and I play Catalina. And Catalina thinks that Delvin is full of shit.
It's good. I'm Rob. I play Brick, and Brick is
a feline cool bodyguard for Delvin and Catalina, and he is big and strong and very good with his weapon.
And I am Jazza, your narrator for this season, and this is a very special episode. Now I have to start off with, and we haven't had to do this for any chapter yet, but we have to start off with a huge disclaimer for the entirety of Season 1 of IRONSPIRE, because this is about to go down. And this episode in particular, from the very beginning, is going to spoil big stuff. So if you're tuning in to check out what IRONSPIRE is all about, this ain't it. Go to any other episode. This is one that is going to spoil everything for you. So yeah, buckle up if you're in for the ride.
Buckle up, mother fluppers.
With that said,
He means
so I was
it.
just vlogging at the same time.
Seriously.
Yeah,
Seriously.
huge spoilers.
And it's not the kind of spoilers you want. It's the kind of spoilers that'll make everything less enjoyable if you haven't seen it. So
you
watch
need to watch
from the start.
without the spoilers first. But before we get to the role play and everyone's reactions, huge, very exciting stuff coming up for our patrons. Specifically, the next post that's going to go up is going to be the world building session between myself and David that we did in secret before we ever played IRONSPIRE. Right after we did the fake character creation for Delvin and we did Catalina and Brick. So right after that, Dave and I sat down and did the Sparrow character creation. So it's all there. Oh my God, watching back, I'm like, I'm slightly embarrassed at how giddy and it was, we were having fun with this from the very beginning. It's so cool. So go check that out. That's a Patreon exclusive. And the week after that, we're going to be sharing Jen and Rob's live reaction in the Patreon content, which is, we're doing this live on stream. We're going to be chatting to chat live, and you're going to be experiencing Catalina and Brick's reactions through this episode. But Jen and Rob might have totally different reactions, and we'll see it all as it unfolds. So go check out our Patreon page. It makes all of this possible, and we really appreciate our patrons. With that said, I think it's time to jump into the world of Sunder.
I left you with a bit of a bombshell last episode. So, Catalina, Brick, standing on the precipice of a room, and Delvin has said, "Take a seat."
Yeah, Catalina sits.
I'm going to continue standing because I don't trust many seats.
And there is a Phelan woman standing by the doorway, looking confused about what's happening.
Caller, would you mind finding a bed for this nice lady?
She looks to the side up at this scarred Barrow and older skewed man, says, "Oh, don't worry, I can treat her just nice." And she looks pretty perturbed. She's like, "Don't worry, I'll look after you, lad."
He's a puppy dog, I promise.
He winks, and she just looks really shocked and at the group, and then slightly desperately at Brick. She doesn't have any options really.
I say, if anything untoward happens, I'll make sure Brick comes in after you. Just shout out, "Brick, you heard that. Call it an order." I don't want a hair touched on this lady's body. And I know you won't call her, but she doesn't know that.
Aye, I'll go easy on her. Don't worry, you're in safe hands. And he seemingly caringly actually leads her off and out of the room and shuts the door behind him.
Seriously, he's a puppy dog. No, I guess. Well, here we are.
Yeah, here we are.
I suppose I should start my story, hey? Tell you all how I got here. Well, from where it's important anyway. From right about the very start, back in Felton. Right when the deal was done.
And we're going to go back to the first session where Dave and I played alone and Delvin had just stepped into the room to revisit Edgar after the party had stepped out after that initial meeting. So, after the interaction in chapter 1, Delvin went back into Edgar's room to speak to him privately for
Just
half
to
hour
say
or so.
goodbye to an old friend, you know.
Exactly. Whereupon he enters the room, and Edgar's like, "Ah, he's gullible, stupid." Anyway, Delvin, that girl, she's valuable to us.
Is she then?
She's valuable to the dealer. So you're going to want to take care of her. You're going to want to gain her trust, but you're going to want to prove it at the other end.
All right. And what's in it for me this time?
I've been alluding to for a long time that you'd be doing one last job. I think this might be it.
Are you talking about what I think you're talking about?
Indeed I am, Delvin.
A smile cracks across his face.
You can have your token if the dealer gets what he wants. Not entirely sure what that is yet, but I've got my bargains to uphold. All I know is the watch want access to Felmore. And that girl, she's probably the key.
Okay, so you're saying she needs to trust me? Like me?
Be loyal to you, for sure. Yes.
I'll be the big brother she never had. Or the friend she always wished for.
All right. Do me proud and don't let all those wishy-washy feelings get in the way of doing your job. You get what I want, what the dealer wants. I'll make sure you get what you want. And in fact, I'll check on you halfway. I'm heading in that direction first thing. So, we'll keep it quiet, but I will meet you at Iron Edge. I'll make sure someone reaches out and guides you to me. In the meantime, there is someone in Felbrook who I'll have contact you as well. You'll know him as a linen trader.
I understood.
Watch for the wink, eh?
I'll watch for the wink, as always. And don't be worrying about no feelings. They got beat out of me a long time ago in the barrows.
So you didn't care about her at all?
Not then. I'd never met her, save for the 10 minutes I spent with her. I didn't know what would come next.
So who was Edgar to you?
He was my mentor, my friend,
The person who taught you how to lie and cheat.
the person who taught me how to live. It's easy seeing it the other way, I get it. But we helped a lot of people too. It's easy to write the stories of what people do when you're the one hanging them from a pole. The watch isn't just backstabbing and theft with no code or no honor. It's more than that.
But to get a child involved?
I didn't get her involved.
But you played a big part in it.
Yeah, I did. But the job wasn't one of ethics. It was to take a girl to her auntie, like. I didn't see what was going to happen next. Just because I made a shitty deal doesn't mean I knew what the outcome would be. Anyway, look, we got along pretty well, and as you know, we went on to Felbrook, my hometown. Just because I lie doesn't mean I lie about everything, and what I said there was true. We had that night in the river, which I didn't think of much then, but I guess it became something pretty special. Anyway, after the shit that happened with, well, Medela and Brick and that damn soup, I knew there was one surefire way that I could get Medela on side. Make her know she could trust me as someone who could get things done and also who could look after her. So I hatched a bit of a plan. I thought I'd go and bite back that bit of bracelet that got taken from her. I could give it back to it later as a sign of trust. But then the Grey Guard and the fortune teller. And that was a foil I didn't expect, but one I could not pass up.
Let's enter that room.
Okay.
Everyone sees you stumble through the hallway, and you reach the end. You scuffle, drop the bookcase.
Don't bother me in the morning. Shove the bookcase down, and books clatter across the floor. And Delvin stands, stumbles a few times, and then collapses onto his bed. And then, after a few seconds, rolls over, opens his eyes, and stares at the roof, counting the wood grains running down, biding his time patiently. After a couple of minutes, enough time for any bystanders to have walked off, he gently alights from his bed, walks over, has a swig of water from his canteen, and begins taking his outfit off. He strips down to his very well fitted armor underneath his baggy clothes, and then,
What does the armor look like? You got leather straps and some metal.
I'd say he's wearing leather with a brigandine torso, but it's black, like it's leather looking on the outside.
Yeah.
So this one's quite padded and quite soft and doesn't make too much shuffling sounds.
Awesome.
Very tightly sewn into the fabric.
You're donning your persona for the first time in any narrative form. So introduce us to Sparrow.
Delvin
There's a mirror in the room.
splashes water across his hands. Actually, probably a grease, I would imagine, that they may use, a bit of an oil. It's worth noting for the viewer that he is stone cold sober and hasn't actually imbibed more than one beer in the whole evening. He covers his hands in this grease and slicks all his hair back and then pulls it tight behind his head and almost crunches it into a bun that disappears. It's just a very tight, almost gone. Hair's pulled back. And then he pulls a mask over his face with the slight visage of almost a beak to it, but not comical. It's just a subtle peak across the tip of the nose that comes into a sharper point.
Face mask or like lower face mask?
Face mask,
Okay.
upper face. It basically hides all his distinguishing features.
Black.
Black. All his clothes are black. That his armor is black, but he dons additional clothes that are also black. Like he has a scarf
To cover the neck and all flesh.
a black scarf, almost like the black scarf is almost like ninja tabi like clothes where they have those in a lot of anime and stuff. They have the little long flowing stuff, but a little bit shorter, a little bit more sensible. But he has the two tails of the scarf thrown over the shoulders, each shoulder, so they kind of run about 1.5 feet behind. So if he was running at full pelt, they'd kind of flap behind him just enough to give you a little visage of wings.
Just a little sprinkle of anime.
A sprinkle.
Yeah.
But it's more
subtle,
the visage
enough
of,
to be a garnish and not tasteless.
yeah, it's more the yes, definitely that is where you would have seen that kind of thing before, but it's not like a full-flowing thing. It's more that it's a little hint in the silhouette of maybe like wings, like little bird wings.
Love it.
And yeah, he kits up with this additional clothing and then spends the next hour or so getting hyped for what he's ready to do, which is just a silent contemplation.
Love it.
And then he checks his weapons. Delvin always has 4 deadly blades stored upon his person at any time. He pulls them each out in turn.
Now, we've only been introduced to the pear knife.
Yes,
You've always got these blades.
always.
And what do they look like and act like?
So these are basically the finest wrought cutting steel. They're not designed for prolonged like combat. They're not swords. They are daggers, and there's a varying lengths. He actually has different. So he has general purpose ones in his braces. So they're kind of not too long, maybe like 4-inch blades with a handle. But then he has one in the nape of his back that is a like stiletto thin blade that is specifically can be punched through the rings of chainmail. So this is his like arm. If there's someone with armor, he can just slit it up into their armor and just kill them through the links of their mail. And then he also has one in his boot as well. That's
Love
a bit
it.
of a backup.
Okay.
And then he has the fruit knife. That's actually the 5th knife, but I said he has 4 deadly knives on him at all time and the fruit knife. The fruit knife genuinely isn't deadly.
Yeah, you could
It's
kill
pretty shit. You
many
could
things.
kill someone with it, but it's...
Or a spoon. Like, but it depends on how you use it. And Delvin's adept. So you are gearing up. You're hyped up, ready to go, but you clearly have something very specific in mind.
Delvin's role and his talents lie in this kind of thing, but this is a personal mission. This isn't a job. Delvin wants to destabilize the populace, and he's determined that the old fortune teller is an unfortunate but necessary sacrifice for the greater good.
And the last 12 hours and what you've seen in your hometown, I'm assuming, has been quite motivating.
Boiling under the surface. He's seen Greyguard basically coming in and claiming his hometown again. This time without overt violence, but with what he sees as the theft of children. Like, they're coming in and basically saying, like, oh yeah, give us your kids that have potential. Give anyone with potential. Come join us. It'll be fine. Have a nice meal on us. With the undertone is like, no, this is enforced servitude or death. That's the way Delvin looks at it. And he wants to make sure that everyone else looks at it the same way. So he's decided that, the lovely fortune teller has refused the Greyguard, and death is what her reward will be.
Okay. You crack the window of the second story of this inn. And out, the night sky is fairly dark. The moon is not close to full yet. And so this spring evening, you've got a pretty beautiful blank canvas on which to paint. Let's start off with an acrobatics check as you head out across the rooftops.
Yes. Are you assuming a rooftop? Yeah, I do pick the rooftops. What's my
you do
challenge
assume.
level?
Look, 3.
I alight the roofs, or attempt to. I'm not going to try and do a backflip. 2 successes.
Okay.
Acrobatics is not his strongest suit.
Okay. Let's fail forward here.
The roofs might just be too difficult.
Yeah, you're going to have to hit the ground. Do you know what it is? The gap between the walkway, you know where you need to go based on what you've experienced, and you've tried to circumnavigate to where you need to go. But it's actually impossible without going far too far out, and you can just see a straight path to where you need to go.
Cool.
Roll perception check. Challenge level 3. It's night time.
5 successes.
Okay. You can see 2 drunk people ambling down the street. They're not of any concern to you. And there is a Greyguard on patrol, unrelated to the old lady. So that's someone to keep an eye out for. So you could basically, noticing them, bide your time until the time is right to zip through.
And then I'm going to drop down. I'm assuming I'm on a roof about to drop down to get the vantage.
Yep.
And then drop down and sneak to the back side of her house.
Yeah. It's at this point about 2:30 in the morning. You drop down silently, and your ability to gracefully move would be unfathomably unrecognizable to anyone who knows you as Delvin, as you zip through the very open street with a huge amount of speed to get to the other side and then duck into the shadows and head your way to the old lady's house. You get there without too much trouble. You do notice the Greyguard, who is on duty, sitting outside. He's meant to be awake, and he is, but is on that verge of he's humming quietly some Graydon songs to keep himself amused. There's a frost sort of coming out from his breath and on the early morning sort of air. Every now and then you can sort of see him stand up and sort of sway and move around, but it's just like, bloody guard duty. So if you don't choose to do anything, you can duck around to the back of the house.
Is he standing in front of the door?
Yes. I will point out you don't have.
Oh yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying. So if he's directly in front of the door, I go around to the back of the house.
Okay. You go around to the back
It's
of the house.
steady time, and
Yep.
I'd like to try and sneak and see if the back door is locked.
It is not locked. You pass through what Catalina did during the late afternoon. This time, the cold eeriness of the overgrowth of all the trees. There's something just that shivers down your spine a little bit as you walk through the back door.
I would like to. Can I silently move through the house? Do you want me to make a stealth check?
I'm going to say you don't need to.
Okay. No one's paying attention.
No.
All right. I may need to for this. I sneak to to the front door of the house.
Yeah.
Does it have little windows on it or anything?
Yeah, you can see a silhouette of the guard.
I'd like to silently, or as silently as I can, pop the door, pull it open like 3 inches, and then just hand out and pull his, try and silently pull his dagger out of his sheath, and then just close the door behind him.
Okay. I'd be tempted to do a destiny roll, but I think at this stage, we're sort of replaying a scene a little bit, so we got to, tell the story that way. And we've decided.
It's worth saying we've had discussions before that we've kind of talked about the really low level guards and stuff for the purpose of the storytelling.
It'll have been in this video, probably, or in the Patreon extended edition.
If it's low stakes and it pushes the story.
Yeah, this is like new recruit grey guard at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
You won't be met with a resistance because he's not aware of anything. Challenge level 1. If you critically fail this, but realistically, I feel like in this situation, I could probably get away with it. Right? So I'm going to say challenge level 1 for both. Let's do both checks.
Okay. So I'll do stealth first.
Stealth, then slide ahead. Yep.
3 successes.
Cool. The door opens without a whisper.
1 success on slide ahead.
Just. So it's close. You can feel the tension in the dagger as you're pulling it out. And there's a moment there where he goes to shift position, which makes you very nervous very quickly, but you react with a very adept hand to remove it. Not necessarily one that's how many dice do you have for sleight of hand?
Only 4.
Yeah.
This isn't my method.
No, but you read people. And that is how you got away with it. Otherwise, you might have felt something, but it was more an anticipation that you chose your moment.
I timed it for when the drunkards walked across.
Exactly. And then you slowly and even more stealthily close the door without a click in the door, and you're holding a shining Greyguard dagger.
Delvin in his head thinks to himself, "You're going blunt. Too much time being soft. Damn it." In response to him almost fucking up.
And as you turn around, do you say that?
No, in his head.
Okay.
That's his internal monologue.
Yeah, right. You turn around. There is an old lady in a rocking chair. She seems to be out of character in the same place that she was when Catalina left, but she's just obviously been too nervous to move or go anywhere. She had fallen asleep. But she does start to stir. And then as you properly recognize her eyes open.
In a flash...
She doesn't recognize anything straight away. You're not reading any sort of awareness yet. But her eyes open.
In a flash, I'm on top of her, just bolt to her and put my hand straight over her mouth and the point of a blade to her chest.
And she looks shocked, but her eyes are sort of glazed through you for a moment. There's a look of questioning on her face. Do you have anything to say?
I whisper very softly, "Oh, I'm sorry, but it's for the good of the Barrowan people." And then I just slip the knife in between her ribs. Straight, to take the wind out of her as well.
Without any moment to react. And it's clear that it's almost like she sleepawoke. It's like it wasn't her that opened her eyes. Now her eyes are open. Now she is conscious and shocked and goes to whimper, but there isn't any breath in her lungs yet. Roll a perception check. I'm going to give you something, whatever it is, based on what your roll is. So you got 4.
4 successes.
Okay. You stab the knife into her heart, and it seems to be as any other assassination. And you've done your fair share.
Done a few.
You've done a couple of bloody. Yeah, you've knocked him out. You've done it. Good on you. But something happens. It's almost like as you lower her to the ground and you're starting to, I'm assuming, sort of lay out the scene to paint the picture you're trying to.
Yeah, I kind of is the life still draining out of her? Is she alive?
Yeah. She's almost gone.
I'm probably gonna let her die in peace before I start manipulating her body.
Yep.
Or in as much peace as you can die in while you're being murdered.
At the moment, you suspect that the life is gone out of her, and you begin to lower her body.
Yeah.
There's almost a reverence
I lift
about
her
this.
out of the chair with like solemn nature, and then like lay her on the ground and leave the knife in her.
You feel a gust of wind. It's not wind, but you feel an expansion in the room, like an escape of something out of this person. This has never happened before when you've lowered something, and it's all too brief to notice anything consciously, really, except that there's this feeling that is there and that it's gone, but it's overwhelming and then it's not. But what's odd is that at the end of it, you feel like there was a part of you that you didn't know wasn't whole until this moment. Just a tiny fraction part, not to do with killing someone, but to do with a completeness of something within you. Mm-hmm. You don't know what it is, but it's almost like there was a gift or an exchange. This is all on a deeply subconscious and probably the sort of thing that you might reflect back on and be like, what was that? But in this moment, it's more like, if I were to describe it just in a movie or whatever, like this pulse of like unseen visual energy that escaped in this room, and a fraction of it went through you and stayed. And that's it.
And then I react to that. Delvin's a bit like, right. He's not whispering internally because I'm not stupid. No.
What does Delvin think in that moment? Now, you had also made the assumption out of character and in character, this person doesn't have magic.
Yeah.
Does this moment change your opinion?
I'm going to destiny roll that because magic is such a concept, but I have been dwelling with it. So I'm going to say high roll is I'm open to it.
So what? Like
5.
Okay.
Which is appropriate to what ended up happening. I've been very skeptical of it.
Yeah.
Delvin in his head goes,
someone left the window open?
The cause is just. The cause is just.
And you feel like it's almost like a guilt that you felt or something?
The opposite. It's a moment of maybe, for Delvin, he feels that it might be that he was pre-guilty. And in doing it, there's this feeling of no, you have taken a step down the path that you need to step down. And it's a positive thing. So
you lower her body, you
head to the nightstand.
Okay.
And then I pull out her quill papers and forge her note.
This will take a little bit more time and research because there's a hand you're...
It's fine. I've got time. So I'd like to spend some time.
Yeah.
My watch your vocation.
Challenge level 3.
4.
Perfect.
So I basically forge a note that is her written to the barkeep, her nephew.
Kale?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Basically saying I love you and to my whole family, but you've made good of your life, and saying that she's sort of squirreled away to write this. The Graydon have threatened her and said that if she doesn't go with the king and share her gifts, that she'll be punished and her whole family will be punished. And she says she's scared and she doesn't know what's going to happen, but she's going to say no for the Barrowan people. And that's basically what the note says.
Amazing.
But I copy her, I read her diary and I copy her writing style. And I spend the whole night studying her life and getting all the details right.
Yeah. So you've actually gone up into the attic to do this. So the sun has risen. And then you need to stick down and basically place the note. You know that she could be discovered before you get the chance to place the note, but it would still have a pretty strong effect. You're just taking the extra time and tucking yourself away to try and amplify it, but you need to take the time to nail it. And you nail it. You get down there and you place the note. But the sun has risen at this stage and there starts to be a bustling. So you would not normally be caught in this situation.
Shite. I am going to...
But you're pretty confident 95% of the town is hungover right now. So
Was I on the rooftop?
you were on the rooftop.
Okay.
Last time you were going for a direct route. This time you're going for the stealthy route.
Yep.
And this time you're aware you're basically going to have to go around the whole town's rooftops to a degree to get back to where you need to be. But you're pretty confident that you can do that without being seen.
Okay.
Let's make an athletics check and a stealth check. Stealth.
Athletics or acrobatics?
Sorry, acrobatics.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's challenge level for acrobatics?
Acrobatics 3.
It was 3. I fail again.
Uh-oh. So you're going out the back window of the attic. So you place the note, you go
Yep.
back upstairs, so you go
Yep.
to jump out, and you slip because the house is so weathered,
God damn.
which actually creates a reaction. And from the front door, you hear the door open like, all right, I guess it's time to... Oh my God! No, no. And you hear the panic voice of a guard who has discovered a body inside the house. But you also hear the approaching, you had heard the approaching voices of family or someone approaching the house prior to your movement because you were going to leave. So maybe you were a little hasty in your leaving. And other voices are added immediately because they see him go to walk out with a shocked look on his face and family approach. So you hear the beginnings of whatever ends up being the tumult in the town. And you use this as a distraction. Your stealth is now a challenge level 2.
2.
Nailed it.
I
Just.
cannot roll. Oh my God.
But your athletics, your acrobatics check is still a challenge level 3.
Do you want me to do another one?
Yep. Give it another go. I love how perfectly that sort of instigated the.
Oh, that's 3. Thank God.
All right. And you're back on the rooftop and you scuffle across.
And unbeknownst to
you're
me, I
feeling
get
a little
spotted.
exposed. You're a little more out there than you really ever have been, but you've set up the ultimate distraction. And you eventually work your way back to your room.
Cool. I get back into the room. I wash the blood off my hands. I guess I'll say I bank a quick deed. I do that in the river, maybe. I don't know. I wipe
You're
it
in
off.
the room. It was a fairly bloodless kill.
Okay.
It was really effective. And you were able to, like, it's an old lady who you woke up with your dagger. You striked clean. You ended her quickly. And you had a pretty much all night in her house to ride in her.
That's fair. Okay.
You know, so it's good. But you get back clean.
I stealthily
Yep.
de-change my clothes, put back on my other clothes on top, and then I collapse into bed to get 4 hours sleep before waking up, disheveled, from a hard
Exhausted.
night,
Yeah.
not of partying, but of murdering.
Murder.
And then I came downstairs. And I guess you remember the rest.
Why?
I thought I covered that. It worked. She started a revolution. In one town at least. And the word from that spread across the entire country. And back home to the Barrows. And gave people the message that we weren't trodden into the dirt. And that we could still stand up and fight.
And you didn't want that?
I wanted that. That's why I got it. And I wouldn't have if Elspeth hadn't paid the price. I don't expect you to understand.
No, I don't at all.
Sometimes these kind of deals need to happen.
It's just funny because I had the whole town up in arms and I couldn't do anything to help them. And to think that you were the one who started it all.
All right. Because you, a Thanisian, thought you knew what help was to the Barrows. But helping them isn't putting the boot of the kingdom back on their neck. Helping them is giving them a reason to fight. We've forgotten how to fight. And I know that makes me unforgivable, and I don't give a shit. Right? I'm happy to pay the price for everything I've done when I see the Barrows free And no one with the shackles of slavery around them, Barrowan, Phelan Cull, or fuck even a Graydon, no one deserves to live like we live. And I'm sorry for Elspeth, but I'd do it again in a heartbeat. She lived a full life, and she lived it by, well, lying to people.
Well, she did give you a parting gift.
It seems so. And she probably wasn't lying after all. The final prophecy. She knew. She knew it had to happen. Because now, without her gift, how would I have done the things I've done up till now?
But you still have so much more to answer for.
I know. My story's only just beginning. So, as you recall, we moved on to Iron Edge, and in between we spent that bit of time with that forest girl. That was right, yeah? Now, in Iron Edge, there was that prick. Remember, we couldn't get anything done. No one would deal with us. He was completely controlling the markets, saying who could buy and who could sell and who deserved to live, who deserved to feed their families based on this rich prick's decisions. But, if you recall, Edgar said he wanted to meet me in Iron Edge. So, I went to meet him. And did he have a hell of a job for me?
You have been informed by Pemble and by Edgar of where they intend to be staying, and they've made it pretty clear on how you can find them and when they might expect you at a particular time on any of these 3 evenings, and this happens to be the second of those evenings.
So I'm going.
You're good to go.
So I dress down. I take all my clothes off, pack them away. Everyone else is in bed, and I pull out a second. I have a bag. We haven't really talked about the fact that I've been carrying around a backpack, like duffel bag, like everyone else.
Yeah.
But my bag has a few little odds and ends. My change. Most of the time, I'm in the same clothes, but I have some different clothes. So I put on some much more middle class, neat, more tightly fitting. It completely changes my silhouette, like poofy sleeves but with really tight fitting sleeves. So I take off some elements like my braces and stuff. Anything that I probably wouldn't do that. They've got my knives in them. Okay, so I'll wear clothes that I've got them that fit. Anyway, so I'm going to put on like a doublé, a nice and much nicer outfit.
Yeah, dressing up.
I do effectively just make myself look a lot cleaner, neater, and tidier, and put on a completely different outfit.
Roll an infiltration check. Challenge level 3. This is specialized.
4 successes.
Okay, you look dapper as F, and you are dressed to the nines and ready to go out. But
as very specifically, this is Greydale fashion.
yes,
I'm
you know
not
you
dressed
are
Barrowan at all.
infiltrating as a Graydon.
Yep,
for sure. And out you wander. Now, what time of the evening are you heading out?
So I'm gonna go out the window. I mean, am I on the ground floor though? Like,
oh no, you're on the second floor. It's sort of fairly common. You're used to ducking out the second floor window.
I duck out the
your
second
thing.
floor window.
Yep. Challenge level 3.
For what?
Well, for the rooftop thing. If it's just to get down,
No, I'm just
and out
going
of
down to
window.
the ground floor.
Yeah, challenge level 2.
Okay. Acrobatics?
Yep.
I'm gonna, you know what? Next skill point I get. 2 successes, just.
Yep.
Acrobatics. I walk like 3 buildings down and then rejoin the street and walk with a little bit of a swagger, like I've been drinking but not drunk, and then walk straight to the gates.
Yep. As you approach the gates, there's a handful of guards. 2 of them are playing cards on the side table, sort of waiting for their shift. But sort of, they're more like this is the casual shift.
Yeah.
So,
and I don't hesitate. I don't stop to talk with them. I just walk straight in with purpose.
yeah,
Walking on my infiltrate
one of them
roll.
side eyes you, but you're dressed in such a way that it's
Yeah.
of no concern. Except that one of them goes, hanging out with the lowers this evening, sir.
Delvin cocks a really quick smile and then he says, they're a lot more fun in the boudoir, if you know what I mean, my fellow.
I had my suspicions. Well, evening.
Evening to you. Great work. Blah, blah, blah. Go on.
Okay.
And then I walk into Iron
Yeah.
Eye and head to my destination.
It's fairly chill. You don't come across too many people. It's, let's say, like 1 a.m. at this point. Again, this is just a few drunkards. You see someone pissing on the side of the, on the inner edge of the wall, and a couple of people sort of giggling and leaving the local brothel in the inner city. You have a place you're going. You get there swiftly, and there's a door to knock on. That's it. You get there and briefly, and right on time in this window of time. So it's with the pattern of your knock and the timing of your knock. There's very little hesitation, whereupon Pemble knowingly opens the door and says, I wondered if it would be the third or the first, but reliably, comfortably in the middle.
Right down the middle, Pemble, of course.
Who is this one again?
What was it? Lord Tatney, I believe. Anyway, shall we?
We shall. He leads you in. You climb 3 flights of stairs, and this is like a noble share house. This is a reasonably common thing for people who do trading. There's like lots of really nice housing, like rooms and houses and stuff. Like they're houses, but they're stacked and they don't live in them. But it's like comfortable getaways for when traders need to go from place to place. You arrive, Pemble sort of leads you in, opens the door, and standing by the fireplace holding a cup of sherry is Edgar. He turns over and he says, and there's a wheelchair sitting next to him with dust on the back of it, but obviously a fairly polished and well-used seat. And he's stretching. He's like, oh, this goddamn wheelchairs. Not an act I always enjoy keeping up, but always worth it, he says, turning to you and says,
Well, I did, of course, learn my theatrics from you, Edgar.
always commit to the role. You know how it is. You learn well, son.
I feel like I've been getting rusty lately. Awfully rusty.
Miss our lessons, do you?
Indeed. Too much time spent in the company of miners. Maybe I'm going soft. Anyway.
You best not be.
I casually once again go straight for the booze.
Yeah, and
Get a glass.
Yep.
Have a mouthful, and then as soon as I swallow the scotch and turn back to him, I'm just like, you don't have to worry about me, mate. Must be the grade in clothes.
We have a lot to catch up over, Delvin. But first, update me. Where you at?
We've had...
What's working, what's not?
What's not working is all the shite going on out there. Most of the trouble we've had has been due to, well, the king. People are going crazy. You've probably seen it, I imagine.
We'll get there.
We don't...
That little group of yours, how's that working out?
I think it's working, but... it's not perfect. Catalina, she's a bit more than I think we expected.
Is that so?
I'm not quite sure. I can't put my finger on it, but she's got away with people.
Aye.
I worry that her ability to bend the ear might be more potent than mine. I want to make sure I'm the one with the most sway on the girl. But unfortunately, it's the big man. He's resistant. You'd think a slave would be after a bit of freedom, but every time I give him a taste, he spits it out.
Interesting. My employer's employer, my watcher's watcher, the dealer, is frustrated that things aren't going to plan. The initial plan, as I laid out fairly bare, was to get that girl to a family. That was his plan. He wanted to get to Felmore, as far as I understand. Start up his own batch of the Watchers in retirement and reign over his new Watcherhood.
All right, nice and far from any who might contest him.
That's the idea. You know, why bother contesting for a satin throne in this place when it's fallen to shit, when you can make your own in a place already lined with gold, as he sees it? I'm far too old to bother with that sort of thing, but that's the impression I get, and he wasn't far from it.
You say you're old, Edgar, but I wouldn't be surprised if you bastard's still clinging to life by the time I'm in one of those chairs. Oh, play it up, mate. Play it up. Come on.
All right.
I give a soft, like,
Oh,
a couple of little claps, and I'm like, and that's where I learned from the best. I learned it from the best.
I always got to be ready to switch to character, mate. You know how it is.
Oh, it's fun.
He looks you up and down with your cameras like, at least take the fucking wig off.
Would you believe it? My hair's got this goddamn
You
long.
style it like, you've got a gift, Elvin. Funny thing.
Then you give it 2 weeks in the fucking wilderness, and it grows out of control, mate.
He's relishing in this.
Yeah,
He's
we're
longed
loving
for
it.
a catch up.
Yeah.
Look, things are complicated. The initial trade. And my word's my word. I stand by that. But let's just say I've never been more sorely tempted in my life to go back on a word like that, given the current complicated circumstances. Your meeting in Geldervale will be with the dealer himself. Wasn't initially going to be, but he's interested. He's heard from another source, a competing one, that you'll want to keep an eye out on.
That doesn't sound like a deal I'm very interested in.
Unfortunately, you're stuck in the middle of something that I would trade anything to get out of. And I've done a lot of trades in my time, lad. We're in an arms race. Any guess what those arms are?
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's magic.
Funny that, ain't it? King thinks it's all people. But our competitor realises there's things that have magic. Trinkets and stuff, valuables, relics. So now we're on a hunt. We can't compete with the king when it comes to people and their loyalty. But if there's anything we can take, it's things.
Have you got any of them?
I've got one we want you to take. Not for you or us, for the dealer. Keep things on even keel. Keep your trade in good stead. Keep your pockets lined, and most of all, show your loyalty. If you can return that, I think you'll be in good stead for that upcoming meeting.
I thought I was already in good stead for that meeting.
Let's say things are generally out of stead. You're not the competitor. You're not the one he doesn't like, but you're not yet the one he likes.
So this job, another one, is it? In town?
Yeah. Tomorrow night will do it, if you're in town short time.
Well, it sounds like a separate contract to me, but maybe one that'll benefit me. I'd assume there's pay in it.
Of course it's paid. You know me.
Well then,
I would never ask a favour without offering something in return.
I look down at my coin purse, which is a little bit lighter after traveling. I haven't done the job in a little while, and I'm like, I like to keep my situation nice and topped up.
All right.
And I'm quite curious myself. Magic.
There's buzzing about stories at brewing, witnessing accounts, especially with the king and his men traipsing around to every town and offering piles of gold.
We bloody saw it, mate. We just came from there.
You saw magic.
Well, I missed it, but there was someone who was floating a rock for whatever benefit floating a rock will do, but they signed up and went off to the king.
Magic's magic. Glimmer of gold shows where the vein goes and where you find the big lumps.
I guess.
There's a trader, paranoid one. Other end of town, in the corner. A little tricky to get to, but with the right navigating, you'll be fine. Tomorrow night should be a good time. We'll be keeping an eye on him. We can lay out his schedule. Heavily guarded, but most vulnerable window is what it points out the corner window and blah, blah, blah. We've been doing a lot of research. This is the most positively we've got on someone who's got something of magical value. some sort of relic. We don't know exactly what. Jewel. Something expensive looking, probably. That's all we know. Family heirloom passed from generation to generation, and that's what you've got.
All
But if you can get that to us, I'll line your pockets, and the dealer will be ever sweeter.
All right, consider it done. I'll see you tomorrow night, after it is.
You're confident after your long time working for him and seeing a lot of other people not be up to scratch. He's confided in you the most than anyone other than Pemble. So you're probably one of his closest confidants. And close confidants in the watch are very important.
I feel good about it. Edgar's Edgar's probably my strongest.
You trust him more than you trust your party on.
Oh, hell
assuming,
yeah. I've only been with him for like a week.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You've known him more than half your life.
Yeah, he's definitely a strong ally. But I think any questions I have will be asked to him after I get this item. So I go to bed.
Okay. You go to bed.
Home, go to bed.
We will just insert chapter 8 here.
Yes, watch chapter 8. Obviously, rewatch chapter 8. I encourage anyone to, if you love watching, rewatch everything. Enjoy the Delvin experience. Pause this video at the appropriate points and then go back to it. So, chapter 8, which means I am going to do the following thing. Not spend... I have 2 Destiny currently. I'm not going to spend any Destiny points in the next session because I'm going to make sure I know this job is here and I'm going to hold something back.
Okay, cool.
So next session, no matter what happens, I ain't spending Destiny.
Good to know.
Regardless of whether I need it or not tonight.
Yeah.
So...
Love it.
In whatever capacity or whatever situation we end up going to bed, same scenario, late at night, I sneak out. This time I have a slightly different disguise, which is more concealed, more a bit hunched over, traveling cloak. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that I have like a beard. I have a fake beard.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I stick a fake beard on.
So you look a little more like an
Older.
adventurer.
A bit older.
More like a merchant or?
More like maybe like a merchant. But and I'm going to say I want to look more like a soldier, like an older soldier who's maybe not a soldier anymore. Walk with a little bit of a limp.
Right, retiree sort of, yeah.
Maybe, too young to, like I'm not
Graydon.
pretending to be 60, but I'm maybe like a grey guard who's been forced out of service due to injury.
Yeah.
That's the vibe.
Great. So
that's actually the character.
Let's roll infiltration. You're going for injured, more of a familiar type character.
3 successes.
Cool. I was going to give you 3. So, you
cool.
are very adept at your theatrics, and it's always helpful when you do it at 2 a.m. So, people ask, there's more odd stuff in general when you're walking around town at 2 or 3 a.m. So
underneath it, so in a little satchel or a little bag or a pocket, I have the elements of the Sparrow disguise that need to be donned to become like incognito. And I'm wearing more of a heavy traveler cloak, my most of my Sparrow outfits underneath. So this is kind of the in and out and then black night roof climbing sneaky.
Okay.
So yeah.
You reach the gates. Different shift of guards, different game of dice this time. There's a pretty relaxed atmosphere. There's there's more guards assigned because this is a more militarized part of the map. But as a result, they get very confident that no one's going to pick a fight. So they actually tend to be way more chill and uncaring than a less guarded wall. So you get through pretty easily. How do you act as you get through?
Well, if no one comments to me, I just walk through with a slight limp.
Yep. And they're just focused on their thing. And especially because you look like someone they've probably they feel better than anyways,
Yeah.
You're old news. So you get through unacknowledged perfectly.
And then I head to the district I've been told to go to with the trader's shop, was it, or is it house?
No, this is a merchant.
Okay.
From what you understand, a wealthy merchant who has enough wealth to be protected at all times by a handful of adept guards. And is more on the inside of town in a 3-story building that is entirely his own. He's one of the more well-known merchants in the town. and has gotten a lot of money from some of his older trades of iron from the Barrows. So he's particularly reputable for holding his thumb on the Barrows and keeping them in their place, with the foot at the throat of the Barrows for many, many years. There are 2 guards stationed outside the front door of his lower house, a double door with like steps up to it and sort of walls all around with some curated shrubs and it's a very manicured house, even though it's quite old. What do you do?
I would like to. Can you get around the side of the house, the back of the house?
From the rooftops, from other houses, yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're a little exposed in the alleys and.
Is that a walled, gardened house, or is it more like a townhouse that's built?
More like a townhouse. There's a little bit of frontage, but it's pretty close to the street.
As I approached, and obviously I didn't get too close, but I'll do a walk past in the costume, but on like the other side of the road, just walking past and give a quick glance to case out the front. 2 guards on the door.
Yep.
And then I kind of wander off.
Roll a perception check. I'll give you more based on what you roll.
1.
As far as you could observe, there are 2 guards.
Yep. Cool. I'm going to then take a wide berth through like a block, come back in from behind, and what would my approach be like to go via rooftop?
You've been told the back corner window is the best access point to get to his rooms, which aren't adjacent to that window, but a few rooms in. But there's not an easy way up to that window. So you're going to have to go up sort of on another corner of the house to get across the roof to that window.
Okay.
There is a guard on a different house stationed outside another wealthy trader or merchants. A little less adept looking, probably a little dozy, but you're going to have to be a little stealthy to get up on that corner in front of them unless you deal with them.
I'll be stealthy with him. I'm going to try and sneak.
I'm going to give him a perception.
Now, does he get is there any advantage to it being... If I'm going full stealth mode now, I stow the costume, Sparrow up.
And you like chuck it over, like you tie it to yourself in your backpack. Or
Yeah,
your
it just
previous
slings back
costume.
in the bag.
Yeah. So it's a normal stealth check, and then he's got a perception.
That's a critical fail.
Wow, that's very bad.
Have you seen my dice all night?
Let's see how his go.
He gets 1
He
success.
gets 1.
He spots me.
You walking along an alleyway, and a dozy sort of like he literally snorts and he looks up and sees a lad in a black outfit. And he's like blinks a few times. What do you do?
How far away is he?
3 meters. He starts to straighten up and squint his eyes.
Delvin
Who are you?
just darts straight into him, like instant. As soon as he locks eyes, he just goes, and then just like darts straight up to him, draws a blade, and attacks
And
instantly.
his hand is on his sword. You're just going to have a high reflex. He is unprepared.
I've got reflexes 1 as well.
I'm going to give a -1 to his attack roll. And you know he's going to draw his sword and wave it at you. But
So-
he is not ready for this.
I have the
This is like an ornamental roll.
I have the reflexes. So he doesn't have his weapon out, so he's not even going to get the weapon bonus.
He's drawing his sword. He'll get an attack roll, but
Okay.
it's
So
disadvantage.
because he can't react to me, he's just drawing a weapon. I'm going to charge and get the extra dice. So combat. Where is my combat? Oh, it's way down there.
You could declare a non-injury specific outcome and get even more dice.
But then the problem is brains hold memory in them.
Yeah. Deal with the brain. I'll let you reroll this.
That's not mine, but that I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes.
Okay. This poor... He got nothing.
He got nothing.
His sweaty hand from being awoken from a half nap reaches for his sword. And
I stick the stiletto knife straight through the bottom of his knife and into his brain, just straight, in and out, and straight into like where his brain would be. So he's just
fuck me. Okay, yeah, and he's fumbling at his sword, and he's still got like that little reflex of like his hand is still fumbling slightly before his brain actually realizes it's been.
I hate killing people. I always play the good guy in games. This is painful.
He slowly falls to his knees and he's looking at you. He still hasn't realized what's happening, other than that he was reacting out of shock and hadn't had a chance to react. And there is a split-second moment of realization before life fades from his eyes and he falls to the ground.
He gets instantly, like, is there a fence? Like, I'm picturing him at the gate to it, or is he just standing at the door?
Yeah, in an entryway. Again, double doors behind him. There's like some of those sharp, like fancy things.
He just gets and pushed in and around and behind a bush, just in like one swift motion and pushed. So anyone walking down the street wouldn't see him. In the morning, there's going to be a body laying there.
Yeah.
Nothing you do about that.
Yeah.
He's dead. I walk straight back and resume what I was doing.
Okay. Challenge level 3.
lost.
Let's get to the top. Acrobatics, top of the 3-story building.
3 successes.
You get to the top of a 3-story building. You scale the roof and reach across.
Knife in window.
Yeah.
Flick the lock if there is one and slide it up.
Yeah.
Trying to be sneaky.
It's a faulty lock. Whoever got the information to pick this place has a very good eye for knowing where to pick the spots. And that's the benefit of working with people who can provide each other great information. You enter a room which is unoccupied and dusty. There are 2 doors. One on your left and one on your right, sort of on either end of the room. Take a pick.
Is there any distinguishing features of them?
Roll a perception check.
2 successes.
Not to your eyes, no.
Left is best.
Okay. You head to the leftmost door.
Oh, I'm on the 3rd floor, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yep, that's cool. Leftmost door.
Roll stealth.
5 successes.
5 successes?
Yep.
Wow, okay.
That was the first.
And 0 successes.
That was the first good roll I've had all this whole session.
Yeah. That was very
God.
good.
Thank
good,
God.
Good moment to have it.
Well, not for the dude outside. I
Well,
didn't
no.
want to kill that guy.
No, but you feel great, which is good.
No, I don't. Delvin doesn't even feel. Delvin feels like shit.
Yeah,
He's like.
you just have to do what has to be done. And
Delvin's
you're aware of
like,
it.
but imagine being in that position where it's like, I fucked up, so that guy died.
You're the assassin who also knows he had a
Yeah.
family to go home to.
Yeah,
and like,
of course.
you hold on to that and hate yourself for it.
And he died because I fucked up. If I was better, he wouldn't have died because he
Yeah.
wouldn't have seen me.
I have the feeling Delvin holds on to a lot of self-spite.
Yep. He's not very fond of himself.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You open the door,
Door opens.
silently. There is a guard, quite a large-looking guard, fairly strong-looking guard. But you lucked into this moment where he seems to be leaning back and stretching, and he's cracking his neck and just like his eyes are closed,
I'd like to further.
resting against the.
I'd like to further crack his neck. So I straight charge him straight in.
And he doesn't get. He is not expecting anything. Obviously, no one would. Eyes closed, and you're cracking your own neck. The last time your eyes were open, you were alone in the hallway. So you get a unchallenged attack.
I get it's 4 successes.
But that's a mortal injury.
So he'll die within minutes without attention.
Yeah.
As he cracks his neck, I just dash forward and like blade just straight across, deep and fully across his throat, like just fully sever his windpipe, blood pouring out of arteries,
Yeah.
and like in that same motion, push him out of so he kind of just stumbles off onto the floor.
Roll a stealth check for that motion.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm going to say challenge level 3. He's big. He's a big boy in this metal.
3 successes.
Okay. Ooh, okay.
I do love the idea that it's like up to this point, Delvin's combat. It's like, I don't fight, and now it's like,
God damn.
Delvin massacres everyone.
This is the first time where we see this shit against combatants.
This is where he didn't really get a roll, but that's fine.
No, well, I mean,
That's fine.
Who's the better combatant? One who can beat in arm-to-arm combat, or one who knows to
Just kill people.
get him first? Yeah.
So he drops.
He drops. You stifle any threat of sound. He's wearing some armor and a sword, and it's fairly ornate. He's the reputation of the person who's protecting, and there is eyes of immediate shock and horror, and goes to catch his breath, and it is stopped by the
lack of
gurgle of that lack of air pipe. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. He is on the ground effectively, and you have a free one to that unlocked door, which I'm assuming you open.
Yep.
You open the door, and it is a lavish room, an old room. It hasn't been renovated in a long time. Half of it is quite dusty. It probably should be looked after a little more, but you're assuming he doesn't trust any cleaners. But there is a fairly old man, not like aged, but an older man, sort of like the one you were cosplaying as, asleep in his bed. Quite a deep sleep. So you're confident at this point you're where you're meant to be.
Is he alone?
He's alone.
Cool. I close the door behind me.
Roll a perception check. You get to take your time, so I'm going to give you challenge level 2.
3 successes.
He is very wealthy, and it's very apparent. And he's used to showing it off. He's used to being the man in town who has wealth. There are loads of jewels, necklaces adorning his bedside that he probably puts on first thing in the morning. But there are ones that he is wearing that aren't taken off. Of note, a very ornate necklace with a golden chain. Looks like there's some really expensive gold here, Phelan gold with some Phelan glass jewels and a really gorgeous looking ruby in the center of this this is the most fancy piece of jewelry this very wealthy man has. And with your perception check, you see a few other things.
Do I get any feelings?
That's a good question. I'm going to get you to roll 1 dice.
2.
You, as you default to the understanding most people would have, which is, okay, there's the fancy one. And you're reaching towards it. You feel yourself reaching almost as if you're asking a question with that energy that is very new to you. And you're left empty. But first you're left empty because nothing is reaching you from what you're reaching towards. And you feel like this whisper and this slight pull that then disappears and leaves you feeling actually empty in your soul as you glance and look down at his hand and see this old ring. Not a nice ring. This janky old, pretty gross looking iron ring. It's just got some like a lump on the top, and it's on his pinky finger. That feeling is gone now.
Yep.
But you second guess the jewel you were going for that your hand is reached out towards.
What's his name?
Reginald.
Okay. I climb onto the bed with him.
Yep.
I lay down beside him.
Okay.
I prop myself up like hand on hand and put this dagger like right against his throat. And then I put my leg up on him like a lover. And then I with my hand, I stroke like his face a little bit to wake him up, but then cover his mouth and press the knife in, knowing as he's waking up that he's going to feel sharp press, dead eye contact behind a mask, and be woken up to that.
He wakes up and gasps and starts to shout.
Press the knife in as soon as like not killing.
No, he stops. He catches himself and is like, "Oh, did you get past my God? While you're here for..."
Shh. You don't talk, my friend. I talk. I got past your guard by slitting his throat. He's currently dead in the corridor outside.
His eyes go wide.
Now, I believe you and I have a problem.
And what problem is that? I only have one problem right now, son.
Tell me quietly.
I can pay you. What do you want? I have all the wealth you could desire.
Tell me everything you know about magic.
What are you talking about?
Your ring.
What about my ring?
The old one. It's imbued with magic.
Who the fuck are you?
Irrelevant. Well, I'm the Sparrow, but for you, irrelevant. Tell me. I don't think you have any bargaining chips left. I mean, I'm in your bedroom, darling.
I don't know who sent you or how you know this. No one knows this.
I know this. want to live?
Depends who sent you. It's Ainsley, isn't it?
Who? Ainsley? You say Ainsley? Yeah. Do I know that name?
No.
Okay.
His fist is tight.
I pull the hand away from the mouth, and I'm like, you know, if you make a noise, you're dead instantly, right? I have absolutely no issue with killing you. But that, and I pull out a second knife and just stab it into his finger that has the ring on it. Not like probably half his way into the meat of his finger that has the thing on it. And he's like, is magic. Tell me everything you know.
I just thought it was my lucky ring. Very lucky, it turns out. How did you know?
Ooh, I'm going to lie.
Okay.
You weren't as discreet as you thought you were, and there are more clever eyes on you and your happenings than you might think.
His eyes widen. You're a watcher, aren't you? Of course.
And you know what? In a moment, Delvin half like smiles and then says, "You know what? Yes, I am, and I'm a bloody good one."
He doesn't get to say that often.
Yeah, no, exactly. Unfortunate you won't get to see my proof.
Like I said, I can pay you, and I will. But please, let's handle this with civility.
I've been rather civil. You're still talking, aren't you? And as far as I can see, you've got all members intact.
He's paused. He's just waiting.
So, are you going to answer my question?
I don't know.
What can it do?
It's just lucky. I've always found I'm better at my trades and retaining information of sorts. That's it. I feel more forgetful without it. It's as simple as that.
These trades, exploitative, weren't they? Taking things from the barrows.
He's going to roll perception. Challengeable 3.
Do I have to deception or something?
You're a barrow. No, this is just to notice about you.
Yep.
Through your Oh, you could if you want.
Because I'm disguised, that's all.
All right.
I want to counter that with deception.
I think he got.
He got 4 successes. Yeah. I'll take those dice off you. I only got 3.
So he notices. You're a baron.
Indeed I am. And? Tell me.
I can make it right. I can.
Did it feel...
I can pay you. Surely your kinsman would like an upgrade of sorts. I could bring light to the dreary caves or whatever it is you all live in.
You could return that which you had taken from them in the first place. Wonderfully generous of you. And at this point, like a spurt of hateful spite shoots through Delvin. And I said I had my knife like nestled up behind his ring.
Yep.
And I just like stabbed down into his bed and attempt to sever the finger that has the ring on it.
Make a combat roll, yep. He's prone.
So he has -4 dice to retaliate.
I'm going to give him 2 to roll with. I'm going to give you +1 win.
Okay. 3 successes.
Okay.
+1 win, so 4.
He's got 1.
So 3.
So 3, which is
level.
you can cut off a finger.
I take the finger
Straight
with the ring off.
And he screams.
Hand.
More in shock and outrage than agony because, it would have happened so clean and quick.
So he screams before I can stifle a huge amount of noise from him.
You may have been expecting the scream,
Yeah, I
and
have.
with that combat roll,
I'm sure there's still a noise, but yeah. And I say, now, hold it in, or I'll have to kill you.
And he starts to whimper and get emotional.
And he's like, God, You know what I wouldn't give to apply my ministrations onto someone who didn't wet their drawers every time something gets tough.
Just let me live. Take the ring. Take my house. I don't want to die.
No one wants to die, darling. Unfortunately, we all do. And I never said I was going to kill you. Although, I have made it rather suspicious about that finger. And then I'm going to do another.
Another finger.
Yep.
Yeah, go for it. Same situation. You get +1 win.
Except this, 4 again.
Yeah.
This time I
Injured?
shove I shove blanket into his face while I do it, like push his pillow over his face at the same time.
All right, I'll give him the 2.
Yeah, same thing.
situation. You cut off another finger, and he's like, he starts to go white, and there's more blood starting to
Pull out into his bed. And then I'm like, did you really think you could drain the barrows of its life and wealth forever, you graden pig?
And he starts sort of shaking and trying to writhe free, but more in a pathetic sort of. Yeah. He starts to reverting to a childlike state.
I mount him, sit on top of him on his this character I'm portraying is being weirdly sensual and gentle while being horrifyingly violent.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, it's amazing how much you graden pigs think that you can get away with without any repercussions. And you really knew nothing about magic. Just a lucky ring. What a waste of my time.
He's like, his eyes widen and he shakes.
Tell me, do you have a wife? Kids? Be thankful. Be thankful. And I stroke his cheek gently and I say, it would have been far more traumatic watching me kill them first.
And he slows down there, realizing he's got no say or control in what's about to happen.
And then Delvin just says, do you have anything you wish to leave with this world? Any wisdom, any words?
And he spits in your face because that's all he's got. He spits, he aims for your eye.
Cool.
He misses a bit. Some gets in, but sure. He spits square in the face and hits the side.
Delvin now grabs his shoulders, pushes them
You're
down.
the fucking same, you Barrowan scum!
And then Delvin leans in and plants a kiss on his forehead and then says, yes, it's all right now. Go to your maker. And then slips a knife in. And then just says, as he's dying, we are the same, us Barrowan scum. Downtrodden, repressed, and abused by rich pigs in penthouses, struggling for every inch while you take everything. But the funny thing is, money is nothing compared to your life, as I'm sure you're finding out very swiftly, as his lifeblood is draining from him. And I'm just, I pull his gaudy necklace off and hold it in my hand while one hand's got the knife in him above his face, while you can still see it. And I'm just like, oh, this looks to be worth 100 Barrowan lives. And see how it's not doing a thing to save you. And then just finish him.
And he's dead. Yep. You will need to bring something back to Edgar to take to his superiors. There's also a lot of wealth in this room, so you can choose what to do with that.
Pilfer all of the most expensive items I can find.
Yeah, and he,
including that.
You
big
will have
gaudy
known from the
amulet.
day we're about to play out. That was the prior day. He walks around covered in wealth. But also surrounded by guards. So he is very, shows that off. Yeah, I'm going to say he will have, there would be some in other rooms that you would be unwise to explore at this time. But you get a good amount of some of his known wealth. The necklace is the most obvious thing. So you've got that. You've got some other bits and pieces, but, it's not all up there. You could explore further and find the rest, but you're also not fully sure how much there would be. Cool. So you've got a good amount. You've got a good trove of gold to take back.
So Delvin sets about the rather unsettling task of disguising exactly what it was that he took, as he puts a knife in between the knuckle of the hand and each finger on every finger and just severs every single finger on. He's now dead, but takes all his fingers and thumbs off.
Yeah.
Then he erases those fingers on the bed, like the little sort of mirrored vanity. He erased them all and kind of puts them all into the rough circular shape of like a bird's nest. And then he just puts a single coin of the Barrowan currency just in the center of the nest.
Yeah.
And then he
You're
puts...
a psychopath. Love it. Kick on.
Thank you. Yeah. I am. That's not bad. That's David, not bad.
Yeah.
not Delvin. So he then writes a note and pins it to the guy's chest that says the Sparrow is returned.
The Sparrow has returned.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then sets up, ties like the banister, the bed, like bed sheets or something, ties it around the guy's neck, and then just slits across his belly, puts him up to the window, and right as I'm poised to like bolt and escape, just kick his back through the window. So his body just like tumbles out the window, but it then goes and is suspended. It's such a length that he just kind of goes 45-degree angle out the window and then hopefully spills his guts.
Whoa!
It's
I'm going to give that a destiny roll
it's
to
a
see how
horrific
well
scene.
that plays out. 7. I'm going to say his guts don't quite spill out.
Yeah.
But you successfully have him hoisted and leaning out.
Yeah.
And he's got a slit throat, no fingers or thumbs, and a note. I'm assuming in large enough writing that people below might see.
Yeah, just a big... And it's got a picture of the sparrow drawn in blood.
Love it.
A red sparrow.
You return to Edgar, having left that display at about 3 a.m. And, Pemble lets you in and you walk in and he's looking pretty tired, but it's like, I was hoping not to see you return. All one piece as usual. You've got blood on your hands, lad.
I maybe...
Clean yourself up. And there's a basin with warm,
ready to go.
soapy water for you.
And I'm just like, I have to admit, Edgar, I think I got a bit carried away. You know that bastard been draining the barrows for years, right?
Yeah, I thought you might enjoy that target. Let me ask, what do you have on him? Did you find what you sought?
Well, you said a big-ass gaudy necklace, didn't you? Something like that.
Something like that.
And I slap this incredibly valuable necklace thing down on the table.
Oh, Delvin, you're not holding out on me, are you? He has a lot of fineries. You didn't waste an opportunity, did you?
I empty a bag, which includes the ring that I stole, but I'm kind of assuming that it's fairly innocuous in a mess of wealth. And the deal was that he got the mark and I get the collateral. So I without secreting anything, just put it on a tray, just all the stuff I stole.
That's more like the Delvin I know.
Don't waste any time.
Or should I say the sparrow? Need pretty things to build your nest out of, after all.
They'll be thinking Sparrow's a lot more nasty than I originally thought, eh? After they see what I left behind.
Interesting, because I was gonna bring that up with you. You left a nice little display, didn't you? I can see it in your eyes.
You got me, Edgar. It's about time.
Good.
If the king's got these Graydon bastards all fired up, it's about time I put the fear into them.
I think the Sparrow could help with that. If people see that even amongst this clamouring for power that people don't understand, if there's something simple that they do, which is that the small can act against the big and scary, well, maybe they'll all get a little bit braver, and that king won't have quite as much power.
Well,
Then
I say, well then, there's one thing I've got to do, and that's make sure they know that the Sparrow only hits the marks that deserve it. So can you set something up for me in the days to come?
What do you have in mind?
A token, and I divvy up, like I get the plate of wealth and pour, deliberately keeping the ring on my side.
Yeah.
I split it in half and just drag half onto half the platter.
Oh, Delvin, you always leave the bigger half to me.
Well, this time it's not for you. I want you to fence it, and then if you can, get little baskets, little eggs, little nests of hope into those who most need it, with a calling card, a sparrow, if you will. So they
As
know.
you slide the coins across, he puts his hand down on a section of it to hold back a little section. Like, well, if that's the case,
Yeah.
I'm going to need a little more.
I'm going to make a persuasion check.
Yeah, make your persuasion.
Because he's the one who asked me to do it effectively. So, persuasion. 3 successes. 2. Hey,
He takes a deep breath.
I knew you were getting soft, mate.
You more than anyone, young Delvin, pull on my heartstrings with a big smirk on his face. Very well. It shall be done. Only because I know my investment in you has always paid off in the long run.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Edgar. I just hope that they see that those who need it get a little bit back from those who took it from them.
Before we go, that group you're with,
Yeah.
I have a feeling they might be useful. See how you can prime them. It may come a time where they understand a little more about you. We need to know where they will stand, shall that be the case, and if they could still be useful. If not, you'll need to be ready to make sure there are no loose ends.
Well, I'm hoping that the arrangement with the girl will leave the big boy 100% under my sway. He's
I think you'll have to persuade the girl of that.
a little one. We've got a compact. Let's see if she honors it.
Certainly hope so. And the other one, the Thanisian.
Well,
She's got a fire in her, as I understand.
Thanisians are a hard one. I can't play the honeypot and try and charm her. She ain't interested. And she's hard to read.
You mentioned there's something different about her. These are our best leads in finding the things that we need to find. Look into that. There might be something worthwhile there.
Tell you what, I'll look into that. But can you do some digging for me? Find out if the watch has got any knowledge of anything in her past that I might be able to use to tug on her heartstrings.
All right, expect a letter. Oh, from a dear long-lost cousin that you haven't heard from in a while.
Of course, from the Barrows, yes. Oh, we're so close back there. All right.
Good day.
Sounds
or
good.
evening, Delvin.
Sleep well. There'll be a lot of excitement in the morning. I hope you like my show.
He chuckles and then heads off to bed.
Cool.
Leaves you to sort yourself out.
And I head off.
And I suppose that was the last night that everything went the way I'd planned.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Come on, love. You killed 4 people the other day.
And Kat kind of just like buries her head, and she can't really think right now. Like it's a lot.
Brick is essentially still just standing there, arms crossed, but his brow is furrowing.
I never said. Well, let's put it this way. I needed to tell you all this because I wanted you to understand what led me here. I didn't want your sympathy, your pity, your forgiveness, or your care. None of that. I don't expect it. What I want is for you to understand everything that led to where we are, so that I can operate in earnest with the full understanding of the two of you, with what I'm capable of. Because if we're going to save Medela, it's going to take everything we've got. Even the dark parts you don't want to look at.
But you've haven't been truthful to us this entire time. Why should we trust you now?
Cat,
Like, what if this is all a ploy? What if there's something greater happening here?
I've known you for 2 weeks, if that. And I just told you in the last bit of time that I've killed, well, in just my retelling, at least 3 people. 4.
Yeah, I saw one of them too.
So, is that the sort of thing I'm supposed to tell someone on first meeting? Hey there, I'm Delvin. Murderer.
I'm just finding it hard to trust you.
Well, I don't know what I can do other than tell you the honest truth of what happened to make you trust me. But it's important that you do. I want you to trust me, because if you don't, I don't see how we're going to get out of this. I mean, what is it you want?
Oh, I just... to fix the things that we messed up.
And what did we mess up?
Michaela.
You think that's on us?
Yeah, I do.
How?
Because it all went wrong.
And was that our fault?
Does it matter? We're the only ones who can help her.
And that's what I want to do. Help her. So, I don't see what blaming ourselves for her situation is. It, as far as I'm concerned, in this whole lot, she's the damn one innocent thing that I didn't have a hand in completely fucking up. At the end of the day, that job we did. And that job in earnest. I thought I was delivering a kid to her auntie. It was the whole world around that got fucked up. Everything fell around us. The king killing people. Murders. Well, I mean, that was me. But other murders. Other less useful murders. I don't know. I mean... What?
Just tell me one thing. Why do you do it?
Why do I kill people?
Yeah.
To save others. I think... Surely by now you've seen that the forces in this world that conspire against people who can't defend themselves are too strong and too well protected, and the system itself is sure as hell not going to pull them down. So sometimes you got to go outside the laws that they set up specifically to protect them to get some justice, because no one becomes rich and powerful without exploiting someone else. No one. The only reason I got up out of the dirt is because I took from others. It's the only reason. And the only reason you've got wealth, you've been born into power and luxury, is because your family takes from someone else. And it doesn't matter if you think that's the truth or if it's not. It's what happens. It's how it works. You get power from taking advantage of other people beneath you. You get wealth from taking a cut of everything they do that you don't deserve.
So what's stopping you from slitting my throat?
Absolutely nothing. But I'm not doing it. So, that's the cosmic justice. Absolutely nothing stopping me from doing it. And yet I don't. Because there's no justice except what we make. So I choose my path, and I choose the people that deserve to die. And Delvin pulls out a knife and throws it across the room to Kat, like to land sort of flatly next to her. And if you want to kill me right now, I'll let you. Because there's 2 people in this room that you could argue deserve to die. There's one that definitely does. And neither of them are you.
I feel sorry for you. You harbor such anger. such regret. That's all.
Well, that's when it all unraveled, isn't it? And you said you'd sit here to the end? Well, it all turned on its fucking head. Because Ainsley broke the code. He broke the rules. He chose his own path. Ainsley, he thinks he's some kind of fucking king in the Watch. He has no regard for anyone around him, and he's building a power base just to fuck off to Felmore and completely infiltrate them, ruin the lives of all your people, bring that shit from the Watch over there. So he stopped playing by the rules, and he started killing, he started taking, he started manipulating. And I still don't know why, but he killed Edgar. He had absolutely no reason to. And that leads us to Pemble, my old friend, my big brother, or maybe my uncle. And when he came to see us. And you remember on the cart out of town, I stepped away to have a private word with Pemble. Well, he handed me that dossier. That one that ended up saving, hopefully, your father's life.
Delvin, it's the only time we've had a chance to talk together about what's happened. There's a few things I need to give you, obviously in private.
All right.
You've already got the papers. Have you had a look at them?
I've been keeping it close to my chest. I haven't had a good look yet.
Why don't you open them up? I'll give you a bit of context.
Delvin glances over his shoulder to make sure no one's looking, slides it open, has a look.
Edgar's been, based on your conversation, he spent the whole day putting everything he could together before that evening. Things happened. But he had a lot. He's built up a lot over the years, and I helped him compile it. A lot of potential targets that the Sparrow could use to stir up trouble against the king, or at least the followers of the king. Not necessarily people who are important to the king, but people who are symbols, I guess. And I think if there's something Edgar wanted, and he said this to me, he thought the Sparrow could be a symbol. He believed in you, lad.
Why? Why did the dealer go after him?
It's only been a few weeks since all this magic stuff kicked off, but it's changing people. People are acting crazy.
I reckon it's getting more common. I have a hunch that this struggle is like mad people chasing after something that's rare, and I don't know, in a year it might not be. They're doing horrible stuff, but we all do horrible stuff. But I still don't get it.
I think the people who end up in charge of these lands, even from a long way back, it's not that everyone hasn't had access to the same things. It's the people who get it first, who control the conversation. And I think that's what we're looking at. Those who know how it works and have the most of it. By the time things clue in, if it does pick up, they're going to have the power.
But the dealer wants to take the power to Felmore. He didn't want anything to do with this place. I don't understand, but I know that now my attention's split. I want to tear this king down, but I'm getting pulled in all different directions. I mean, even that kid,
The one you transported?
Yeah. She's a good kid.
She's in the dealer's hands. The way I see it, she's a lost cause. Sorry.
No. I guess the king's maybe not the only poisonous institution that I need to take care of.
I see.
And
Are you talking about, And he glances back, looking into the carriage. A large silhouette of brick can be seen through the top window. You can't be talking about them.
Well, I think Catalina might. She might be instrumental to this too. For whatever reason, there's the three of us, and we kind of represent a different way of things. And the dealer says he does. He made a show of talking about multiculturalism, but really he just takes what he likes from all the different cultures of the world and then keeps it for himself and lords it over those who wish they could have it. I mean, parading the finest Barrowan food out in front of a Barrowan street urchin. Yes, very nice.
Certainly a pattern. I mean, look at his art. I'd venture a wager that some of those pieces are ones he's traded.
We know where he got them from.
No, I mean, traded the authentics and replaced them with fakes. I don't know. But I know he's very thick in the art trade. And there have been rumors. Anyway, there's something else. And he starts fiddling around in his pockets. It's like, I didn't have much time to gather a few things. I wasn't noticed. They couldn't find me, but no one trusted me as much as Edgar did. He pulls out 2 tokens. He said, you may not have been paid, but at least Edgar can at least, as his last act, keep his word. And he puts in your hand 2 tokens.
2 tokens?
He looks at you and nods slowly. He's got a glimmer in his eye of tears welling up. And he says, it's yours, lad, and it's mine. I'm your man now. I've only ever served. I'm only part of the watch because I really think Edgar wanted to protect me. I don't have the same motivations, but I have skills. And you can trust me. So, if I'm all you got, at least at this stage, I can at least be useful. I'm no use to myself, never have been. But I helped Edgar. I can help you.
Delvin looks at the 2 tokens and kind of sees...
How's it feel to be a free man after all these years?
Freedoms. And he tosses them and catches them. Freedom. I don't feel free.
Doesn't seem to change much. When I've seen people get their tokens, they feel the same as when they had them.
You could have taken it, Pemble.
Yours?
Either, both.
I don't think I ever really believed in myself. But I think I believe in you.
I'm not worthy of believing in Pemble.
Aye, but they're the ones that are. If you thought you were, you'd be like the dealer. Or the king.
I think I might have loved Edgar as a father. I mean, I got a father, but he was like my other one. One for the home with all the smiles and one for the real world. He taught me more than what my dear parents did about how to become a better man. Well, a worse man, but a more capable one. And I think you felt something of the same, maybe, Pemble. But I'm going to make a promise. And I'm going to have his head.
He smiles. You've always kept your promises. I'd like to see you keep this one.
But it won't be the first thing I do. You see, a man like that, I want to watch everything he spent his whole twisted life collecting burn one piece at a time and pick him apart. And then right when he's lost everything, I'll show him you can still lose a little bit more. But I can't do it yet. He's got my mum. He's got Kat's father. This one's a long burn.
Aye,
But I'll have me man.
I know you will. And what do you all make of, well, I mean, at least you and Brick, this information about Catalina's father?
We've got some thoughts. The decision is, if we can betray him now or hide the betrayal and get some of our people safe, that would be a good move. But if he catches on, we're fucked. One thought, I think we're going to see Kat's mom and she's connected. And the dealers are watcher, so...
He's watching.
The Thanisians, though, they're not known for being dumb or not having a network of eyes themselves. So there's every chance that the widower finds a hint of her long-lost husband. And, well, if we can get her to pull whatever strings she's got left, she could be the one that rescues him. He's in transit. We know that. If we can find him and not be anywhere near it when it happens. Even the dealer has deals that go south and things that don't go the way he plans. If we're off working for him while his little safety nets get picked apart by others, then suddenly we get everything poised to actually twist the knife when he's got none of our balls in his hands.
Aye.
I want to make what Edgar put his work to worthwhile. I want to make... I want to become something worthy of his belief. And if I get to gut a couple of grating pricks in the process, well, all the better.
Well, let me know how I can help. Where you need me to go or what you need me to do. Otherwise, your secrets are all safe with me and I'll keep my eye out for anything that might play into those plans.
Come with us as far as this meeting with Catalina. We got to get you away from there.
Yeah, he's handed over all this stuff. He hands over his token. He says, there's always been a spark in you. And Edgar saw that. I've always seen it. And now you can see the spark in others. Touching, really.
I guess. But I've got a tough choice to make. Which sparks do I fan the flames of? And which do I snuff out?
Well, having that choice, now that's the real power. Good luck, friend. It's
You
nice
too,
to
pal.
talk properly. And he
Indeed.
embraces you and claps your hand and gives you the knowing nod of, we'll talk eventually.
Anyway, I could talk about me and Pamela for hours, but that's what went down.
Right.
When Edgar died, when he wanted to believe in the sparrow meaning something more than me lashing out against people who'd been hurting us for hundreds of years. And seeing Medela and knowing what had happened, I thought maybe it was time to actually start, trying to be worth something people look up to. I don't know. Not as a role model, but as a symbol of what can be done, or that the king doesn't have all the cards and it's not hopeless.
I think that you have one devout follower.
Pamble? It's definitely Pamble.
No.
And I pull out a watch token, which is probably the first time you've ever seen it.
Like, what's that?
It's his token.
There's
Sorry.
a few steps outside the door, and the handle turns, and in walks in the scarred man from before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, but she hit the sheets and been fast asleep, and I'm getting mighty bored. But I haven't missed the good bit, have I?
The good bit's about to start, Collar, right when I get to Cragsmouth.
Ah, that's my favourite bit.
But
To be fair, it's the only bit I know.
what were you going to say, Kat?
I'll save it for another time.
No. I think I'd like to know.
Do you really not know? He's been following you this whole time. He looks up to you.
Who?
Mikey. What?
I wish he didn't. Well, you talk about him like looking up to him is gonna get him anywhere except dead. Looking up to me. He's probably beyond saving, Cat.
I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you about what happened here because it's very important, and because it might just offer me the one dice roll to save that fucking little impetuous shit of a kid. Because if we're gonna turn the cards around anywhere. And I look at Kala. It's gonna be right here.
Hang on. What's this kid you're talking about? What's he do exactly?
He's a little sneaky thief who runs across the bloody roofs and follows me around like a bad smell.
Ha! Oh, you're connected with all the weirdos, ain't you? A couple of my men have seen him around. Just on the roofs, here and there.
Yeah.
But, seem to have spent a lot of time up there.
Well, not as much as the one who's been following us, who supposedly has taken him hostage.
I see.
So, yeah. If we don't do what they say, he's dead. But, as I said, I have a plan for that. A last-ditch one. But you need to know what happened at the Cragmouth first. And Collar's got to get his share of the attention.
He cracks his knuckles and sort of sits in his writing desk chair and leans back. It's like, don't worry, as all the best bits come, it's a little towards the end of the story. But you got to build up the tension first. He sort of leans back and awaits Delvin to tell the tale of his Cragmouth.
Is Brick going to say anything? Okay. Always the cards to the chest. Well, I begin by saying, well, the first time I met Collar, his dick was out.
Thank you. Count your lucky stars, it's not out now. Your timing was such... It usually is, he says, maintaining eye contact with Catalina.
All right.
A reputation to uphold. Sorry to interrupt you.
I can't help myself. He's just a funny man.
Yes, delightful.
Right. I'm not good at reading moods, am I? Cragsmouth, we got here, and, well, I had a dossier. I had targets. I had a whole bunch of people who I could take out to help the cause. And I was really fucking angry.
You are having a hearty meal, and Mikey and Pemble have taken Osbert out for a wander in the streets.
Thank God.
So you've enjoyed your relaxation and you're just sort of keeping to yourself, I'm assuming. Mm-hmm. But at this point in time, you have a moment to look over your papers in private, sort of mull over what you might do. Also, for context for everyone watching this, after the episode previous, when Delvin discovered Osbert's abilities, he overstretched himself. So you have -1 to all your dice rolls because of that, and you can attempt to do your magic searchy thing, but you shouldn't.
Nah.
Yeah. So you may not be able to go hunting for loot, so to speak, but you do have a 4-hour-ish window where you're a little more vulnerable than you might be used to being, but you also have more information than you're used to having.
I've also got work to do. The good work never ceases.
That's it, no matter how you're feeling. And
so I'd like to plunge into my files and see if I can find anyone in Cragmouth.
Cragmouth, you've got a few things about Cragmouth. And this is the tone of things. And it's been actually quite interesting reading, right? it's almost like a little gossip magazine. Like you got every major city, you just sort of have a few names in each of like a mild conspiracy at a local level that can somehow be connected to the dealings or knowings of the Watch, which is how Edgar was able to sort of compile it fairly quickly. So the wife of the mayor at one point had an affair with a Barrowan from a previous like sort of rebellious group. Maybe the word went around the servants and somehow got to someone who was connected to the Watch. So it's sort of information that was traded. But otherwise nothing has come of that, and it's many years have passed. You also read of a nobleman who's an alcoholic who is in debt with the Watch, specifically Ainsley. So the chain, maybe not in debt with Ainsley, but he's in debt with Ainsley's chain of people he's watching. There's an Iron Guard soldier you read of who raised his rank to joining the Iron Guard by hiring a watcher to kill his superior. I guess he was just short of the rank or whatever, and seems like might have been an angry person. He was barely joined the Iron Guard, but he would have been a higher ranking Grey Guard.
Okay, so he's just got into
a Grey Guard
Iron
who
Guard.
never could quite get that Iron Guard role, and forced his way in through dark means. And you also have minor information on a failed Barrowan rebellion group that you don't know if they gather or not, but you have enough information on a couple of its members and that they're located near each other in a...
This close into
so as a Barrowan, you would know that basically there are Barrowan rebellion groups kind of everywhere. It's similar to the Watch in that sense, but they really are pretty buried closer to the city. So further out, back in the town you were from, there would have been more active Barrowan rebels who, especially when you went through Fellbrook, definitely kicked up.
Yep.
But as you get closer to the capital, they're far more, stifled. But there would have been ebbs and flows of the Barrowan rebel states where, when things were firing up, there would be people who might move closer to the city and try and sort of build a support base or whatever. But that is currently in an ebb state. So that's sort of all the information you have, and you're drawing towards the part of the evening where things are, getting, I guess it was 9 o'clock.
Gathering. So I spend a couple of hours over doing this, right?
Yep.
Is it a fairly busy inn?
I'd say by this stage things have actually, picked up a little bit. There's a little bit of a...
I'm going to do
high
something for the
spirits.
first time.
What are you doing?
So, I am going to try and, while I'm in here, looking at the dossiers and like eavesdropping and listening and getting a feel and any knowledge I have of Crowdsmith. Ideally make a general knowledge check to see if I might know the best places to start looking for Barrowan rebels.
Okay. General knowledge. I'll let you make your trade barter check. Your watcher
that
check.
network would work?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay.
That's more reliable than
I was
general
going to spin my
knowledge.
ring. It was...
Oh, okay. I'd say you could assist with general knowledge. Do you want to make an assist with general knowledge?
Using the ring? Yes. Yeah. Use the ring.
Yeah. Well, roll with the ring first.
Yeah, so this is the magic.
That's the ring. So you've got 2 dice.
1 success, 1 failure.
Okay. So you get 1 assist dice. Plus 1 win.
Okay.
To your general knowledge assist.
This is going to go terribly. Oh, I've got 1 less dice and everything. This is the dumbest decision I've ever made. 3 successes on 3, so 4 wins. So I
Okay.
get 1 additional win on my...
Cool. That was a tight roll. You rolled it and you're like, oh, this is a bad
but I committed
choice.
to it. I just forgot
good.
that I had -1 on everything because I'm injured.
Nah, cool. That worked out nicely. You've got +1 to your trade
Thanks to the
check.
ring.
Yeah.
The ring fed me some information. I don't know.
I'm going to give you, and just to say really general, like an idea of where to start looking, challenge of 4.
All right, so usually we'd have 6, 7, I only have 6.
And then +1 win. Ooh. You got 4
5
plus
successes.
1. Great. Love it. Okay, so outskirts of town, not outside the wall, sort of in the inside, but the dingier part of town that's in the forgotten areas of Cragmouth. I guess you could call it the slums, but not quite. There's a dodgy area that's pretty downtrodden. You're fairly certain that it's going to be around there that some of the more obviously barren people who are useful but not the desirables would end up happening to live in. And probably the more frustrated ones.
Cool. So once it gets close to my time when I promise to relieve Pemble, I head upstairs and I place most of my possessions of any import into like into my room, with the exception of what I'm wearing on me and a single like soft silken bag, the intent to basically change. And in the bag is a mask, and other than that, nothing.
Okay.
So yeah, and then I'm gonna head out.
You're just pocketing your mask?
So it's just in a bag.
Okay.
So the idea is that
What are you wearing?
just Delvin's clothes.
Okay.
The idea is once I pass off and go like pass off with Pemble and Mikey,
Yeah.
and get Mikey to watch Osbert, I'm gonna slink off and then
Cool.
and put my overclothes into the bag and just have that on my waist or back.
Okay. So after a brief period of searching, I think you've outlined previously to Pemble sort of a block of around town where to sort of generally try and stick to. You eventually bump into Pemble and Osbert. So, you're up for much on tonight?
Right, that's it. Got to do some work. I'll see about making that big splash. Although, given current situation, might be a bit incognito tonight.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
All right, best of luck.
I'm going to roll Destiny for what the patrols have been like. Because I'm going to say that Pemble would have kept an eye out knowing that, you know, this is your pattern. And so he wants to be of help. And luck is not particularly in your favor tonight. There is a pretty strong regimented patrol. In fact, there's like been a recent sort of where the Iron Guards sort of travel from region to region. They rotate. There's been a rotation, so there's actually much more Iron Guard here at the moment as they're rotating over, and they're sort of helping share the shift through this transition period. So there's actually quite a higher number of guard, and Pemble says you best keep your watch out or a profile fairly low in this place, as the Iron Guard are a little sharper than usual, it seems. At least in number, maybe not in nature.
I'm a little dull, so might be worth it. All right, I'll keep my head low.
Good night, lad.
And I give him a nod.
So he wanders off, and the night is yours.
I would like to head on down to the lower slummy district where the Barrowan may be.
Okay, let's make a general knowledge check purely for navigation, or you can make a destiny roll. To be honest,
I'll just trust
general
him.
challenge.
One
level
success.
2. Challenge level 2. How much mana do you have in your little ringy?
I've got one, so I can still attempt to ring, right?
You can. I'm going to say you don't quite know where you're going as far as like how to get there. So I'm going to destiny roll.
I'm fine with failing this roll.
Yeah, that's fine. I just thought I'd remind you of the option. So you start to get lost a little bit. I'm going to destiny roll as for how that goes. Not totally in your favor. And at one point you sort of, as you turn a corner and it's dark, it's sort of hard to see, you literally bump into someone. Hey, watch where you're going. And you see a man in uniform look at you up and down.
What? Grey or Iron Guard?
Grey.
Right, sorry, sir. I'll watch myself next time.
See that you do. And he goes back to leaning against the wall.
I deliberately make myself look sort of inferior and then scuttle off with no confidence at all.
Yeah. It's probably at this stage, especially when you go about these night activities.
I'm going to ask him.
Yeah.
I half a step away turn and I go, sir, I had a question.
What's that?
You're a guard. You know this place. I was just wondering, I had old family that supposedly staying where a lot of the Barrowan folks stay, and I wanted to pay a visit, but it's my first time here. Could you just point that part of town my direction?
Yeah, sure, I can do that. Follow me. And he wanders down the alleyway just for a few steps. He points. He starts to raise his hand, and then you see like a drain in the gutter. He points at that. And he says, "There's your hole," and he shoves you towards the gutter. So,
It's fine.
depending on how you react to this, if you take it,
Yeah.
Okay.
I just get shoved.
He just shoves you at the
I fall
hole.
into it.
Yep.
I like deliberately like play a completely weak card and just let him shove me into the mud and just splash into the gutter.
and he just goes, "Back in your fucking burrows where you belong," and he spits and walks back.
Delvin pulls his, like, deliberately looks vulnerable and weak, and then just crawls, doesn't stand up for like 10 feet, and crawls along the ground, looking hurt or weakened, and then stands up and sort of scuttles down the alleyway.
So you're wearing Delvin's clothes. Okay, just worth noting. You might need to wash. Anyway, yeah, cool. So you eventually.
Delvin has more than one set of clothes. I have clarified that before.
Right, I'll give it to you.
But for me to wear other clothes would be me wearing like not my standard of they'd probably note like, oh, you're wearing your more Greydale style clothes rather than your usual. It'd be almost more costumey.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So you eventually find your way to where you're meant to go, but you've also been seen directly, which is never great if you had any plans. Or maybe he's a useless sort of guy.
well, I've also. That was kind of the point. Is I've shown myself to be an incompetent, forgettable Barrowan rather than a sleek, masked killer.
Yeah, cool.
So I'm a bumbling, overweight buffoon.
Yeah.
Stumble down.
And it's at this point you notice the guard does sort of thin a little bit, just because they don't really bother in this area. There probably is a slightly higher rate of crime just because the less
Poor.
the poorer people sort of just harp on each other, and they're best left to do that. And you start to see some of the downtrodden of and look, this isn't just like the Barrowan slums. You definitely see some Graydon citizens who are down on their luck. There's a few whorehouses running fairly. They're probably the most populated areas at this point. And even an Athenician or two who lost their way. So what are you looking for in particular? You found yourself in the area. Are you looking for a certain type of person or a certain type of place? You got to sort of find your way if you're looking for something.
I'd like to head to a brothel that appears to be one that Barrowan frequent. So I'm going to case the place for a while. And yeah, that's my angle.
Okay. The first one you come across, large Graydon looking fella who looks like he might have been a grey guard once in his life, sort of sees you approaching and sort of steps in your way, says, "I don't recognise you.
That's right, I'm new.
You know anyone here?"
No?
Well, they're busy with their clientele, so jog off.
But I thought that you liked money down here.
And you look like you have money then, do you? He looks you up and down, covered in mud. You look like you just caused trouble.
Right. No, I'm a Barrowan, see, so trouble finds me. I thought maybe... And then I'm going to reach in and pull a coin out and just like a gold coin, a nice coin of real money, not like copper or something. And I pull it out and I'm like, I thought, I don't know, I could find some comfort here. And I'm kind of half gesturing him to take the coin.
Double it.
Happy to if it means a tender bosom to rest my head on. And I pull out another coin.
He grabs the money. He says, "You wait here."
Cool.
What sort of tender bosom you looking for?
One of my own.
Gotcha. And he walks in. Moments later, he comes back and he says, all right, just don't cause any trouble. And leave the other clientele alone, eh?
I don't want to talk to anyone except someone softer than myself, and that's not many people. I say, look like punching my waist.
All right. And he sort of shuffles to the side and sort of reluctantly lets you in. You're met by another one of these sort of people who, like a bouncer, I guess. I hate the word bouncer in this world context because it's so stupid.
Security.
Yeah. And
A
he's
thug
sort of,
who takes a cut of all of their earnings.
sure, yeah. Ye all get eventually taken to a fairly dingy looking room, and there's a woman sitting on the other end of the bed who turns around. She's sort of robed up or whatever and goes, oh, I wasn't expecting a new clientele this evening. I've met you. And she turns to the bouncer, says, "What? Reggie's giving us new surprises now, is he? I wasn't into this sort of thing. What's going on?" It's like, "He paid." It's like, "Well, as long as I get mine cut," and looks at you up and down. "All right, what you into?" And then the bouncer sort of walks off and
The door shuts?
the curtain
Yeah, curtain shuts.
folds shut.
I say quietly, good evening. I'm probably your best and your worst kind of client because all I want is an ear. I'm not interested in anything else.
Oh, thank God. I get tired of the filth in this place. All right, what'll it be? You want one of those cuddle sessions where you sort of like, I've had someone cry like a baby and suck his thumb. It was very...
No, none
Very
of that.
odd.
How much is your charge?
And she sort of explains.
Now, I'm going to make an assumption that being that I'm rich, definitely by these standards, that a common house brothel is not asking a particularly huge amount of money.
Loaded, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to pay like 50% more than whatever she asked for and just put it on the counter. Straight up.
She
no
looks
question.
at it like, I usually half my rate for people who don't actually want anything real.
Well, I want something realer than a night of company. Although I might take some of that. I'm like, I could go with a bit of, just soft company, but I'm just going to small talk for like 15 minutes. Just get comfortable.
She's starting to get curious, right? So she shifts closer to you to see you in the light a little more and looks at you in the face and says, "You're not drunk at all.
No.
So what's your deal? They always stumble in. And you're not from here.
That's
and
right.
you come here.
Yeah.
What are you looking for?"
I'd say, or at least something I learned growing up in the Barrows, that there ain't much that doesn't get said in these places where men let their walls down and talk, sometimes more than they should. And I'm looking for Barrowan like me, who maybe don't like being caged down here.
She's
I
like,
say that very quietly.
yeah, it's clear that at the moment she gets what you're talking about, her eyes sort of go slightly like fearful, but like very alert all of a sudden. Like, people haven't talked like this in a bit. And, what are you doing? But she sort of like pulls you further in to be away from the curtain. It's like, this is your crazy talk. Don't be stoking flames of fires you can't put out.
Isn't that the point of a fire?
Not when you're in the company of the King of Flames, love.
Well, flame loves company. I don't want to bring you any trouble. I just want to be pointed in the direction of someone who's like-minded.
What are you hoping to achieve? We've seen many lost and killed.
Fellbrook.
What about it?
Heard any news lately?
Just something about a barrow and uprising.
Aye. about that news from Geldervale?
And what's that?
Oh, no, sorry, it was from Felton.
Felton.
Oh, where was it that...
Felbrook was the town.
Felbrook was my hometown.
Yeah.
It was the town that I made someone lose their guts.
Oh.
Iron
Edge.
Edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I say, and how about Iron Edge? Heard anything from there lately?
Oh, Destiny roll for this one because it's getting
More specific.
quite-
Earthquake
No,
and guts.
I heard nothing from that place.
Let's just say that the flame ain't snuffed out yet.
Who do you work for?
I work for something bigger than all of us. I work for the Sparrow.
What's the Sparrow? I ain't heard of it.
You will soon. It's coming. He's coming. Yeah. Anyway, look, I really don't want to get you into any trouble, but there are people here whose fire hasn't died.
She thinks on it for a moment. I don't know if I can trust you. Money is all well and good, but I'll give this back to you in a snap to protect those that I'm close to. There are few of us with spirits enough to go on.
So what's trust? You're either gonna choose to live the rest of your lives under the boot, or you're not.
Rather under a boot than in a cave under bat shit.
Right.
I get treated fairly enough. It's
For now.
honest enough work. Good enough treatment. I'm alive, aren't I? My children are alive. They're fed. That's what matters.
Right. For now. Until the King of Flames decides that he doesn't like the filth in his streets anymore. Once he's consolidated his power. You heard what happened in Fellmore?
Aye.
Well, he didn't look much like the Phelan. Sitting on the outside of his town.
I can't be speaking to you about this. If you want services, I'll give them to you, but she stops herself for a second.
I just want a name. Someone who's got less to lose, and I've never met you.
She sighs. She says, look, I don't have names and I don't know people. But there's a place you can check out. Don't know if they'll let you in, but it's got a reputation. It's a tavern, a few blocks down south. The Rusty Ale.
Right.
Don't tell them anything about who
I
told
never
you
met
about.
you. I promise.
And I'm keeping the money.
I paid you.
She folds her arms.
What was it called? The Rusty
The Rusty Ale.
Ale.
Rusty Ale Tavern.
I say, all right, well, let's keep that cover. And then I say, you got any water in here?
Just wine?
That'll do. And then I take a glass of it and unbutton my shirt a few notches, untuck it, and then just like splash the wine straight on my face, like half a glass. Of it.
She looks you up and down as you open up to reveal.
Yeah,
You're like fucking ripped.
Yep.
So she's like, well, hang on now. You've been holding out. What is this you're hiding? You look like a sloppy barrowing piece of garbage, but you're some sort of athlete, it turns out.
In a moment of like, just a moment of vanity, Delvin also like slicks his hair back and like lets the shirt pop open a bit and like, because he's so not used to people seeing what he works his ass off to look like. Just does that, like shirt pops open, like slicks his hair back and like lets a bit of flex out, and you're just like, well, you know.
Well, no, I could offer a discount. No reason in particular. She blushes.
I appreciate it, but It's not really my thing.
All right. Keep safe.
Well,
Keep others safe.
we ain't done yet, though.
You want more from... Okay.
I did pay for an acting experience. I've seen the people out here. You must be excellent at faking it. So,
it's
and
my
I've got wine
specialty.
dripping down. I'm like,
Yeah.
I know it's a bit much, but do you want to give it a bit of a show and then I'll head out in 5 minutes? And then you just fucked a guy off the street and
Deal.
we never talked.
All right.
In fact, you can say I cried in your bosom about the big bully Graydon that kicked me in the streets.
Love it. And she performs beautifully. There's not even a role for it.
Yeah,
She's a
of course,
professional.
yeah.
What's the thing? It's like if you have 8 points in something, you can get a specialty role for free.
All those stat points.
Yeah, 100%.
In performance.
Faking it, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, exactly as you would have wanted after a period of time, you're like, okay, this is 100% believable. I can walk out and be like, got what I paid for and leave without any suspicion.
And as I go to walk out, I take her hand very gently, assuming she doesn't resist.
Yep.
And then I just kiss her on the like fingers on the hand, like what you do to like royalty. And then I just say, thank you. Not only for me, but for being the light in people without light's lives. It can't be thankful work. And then I turn and head out.
As you turn, she's like, you're unlike any Barwin I've ever heard of, let alone met.
Well, I guess when you follow something bigger than all this, the Sparrow, something to live by.
Maybe I'm not the one who's being the light here, but be careful what your spark sets off, lad.
I'll make sure it's only the right people. All right. Thank
And off you go.
Cool.
So you have a path to it. The guard. I won't say the guard because it keeps.
I love that
flashing in my head.
I just think I love nerding out about this stuff and just like how the moments with the people that aren't the soldiers,
Yeah.
like can be the biggest moments in the whole thing. Like changing
Yeah.
one person's heart can lead to anything.
Yeah.
Who knows?
So the stern and uninterested protector sort of escorts you out, and eventually you sort of get shown out, and then the bouncer sort of steps back in and looks at you like, well, that didn't take long. Easiest few bucks I ever made. He sort of chuckles to himself.
Oh, she said I was the best she'd ever had.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. He says with like a sly smile on his face.
And I do that like, oh, and my face is on, and then as soon as I turn, his face is just like,
Yeah.
straight serious and just walks dead down the street towards. Did she roughly tell me where it was?
Rusty
The
Ales
Ale?
happen. Yeah, she's given you a general direction. There's so little happening in these streets as far as infrastructure or build like actual places of work go that it's not too hard to find, but it is less obvious than some of the other places of work. It's a little more haggard, boarded up, doesn't look welcoming at all. Looks like a place people who know it go to, but not a place a visitor would attend.
Halfway between here and there, Delvin ditches his clothes.
Okay.
So I'm breaking down to the Sparrow outfit underneath.
Bagging them up or?
Bagging them up.
Yep.
I know I didn't say this, so I'm going to retcon that I have a light cloak. Can I have a little light hooded cloak?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Maybe that was your little pack
Paragon
of-
style.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So I would like to, basically, and even put on the Sparrow mask
Yep.
and have the light hooded cloak
Okay.
and head to this establishment.
Yeah.
But like down dingy dark alleys and avoiding
It's
people.
fairly quiet street. You've only passed a couple of people, most of, like the two you've passed, and this is close to midnight at this point. A couple of people sort of slumped in the alley and a bit too out of it to notice anything. And you eventually arrive at the Rusty Ale Tavern. There's no one standing at the door, but it's a worn old looking door, and one of the steps sort of creaks as you step up it because it's, maybe had a lot of traffic once, but it was never really repaired and never really attended much since or paid much attention to as you open the door.
Mm-hmm. Wearily, of course.
Yep.
Ooh.
Okay.
They
There was
like-
a destiny roll of 3.
Oh, I thought it was a 19.
No, that was 3.
I saw it on the camera, and the angle of the camera is slightly different to the table. Okay. That's great.
This is just
Great.
a sort of number of people and tone of people.
Not many people like masked people in cloaks walking into their establishment. I get it.
Yeah. So you walk in to a dingy tavern. Carefully, like quite subtly. And there are, I'm going to say, a dozen people scattered throughout. It's a small tavern sort of room with a few seats. A couple are talking. There's a game of cards in the corner. Someone else is passed out in the corner. And there's like someone cleaning his nails with a knife. And they all look pretty gnarly. And the man cleaning his nails with a knife. I say cleaning his nails. He's more like sharpening. So I don't know. It's weird. He's
It's
just got some
disgusting
weird,
and I don't like it. Cool.
And he looks up at you like, and then stabs the knife into the table and says, "What's this about then?"
I thought this was a place you could get a drink.
Not with a mask on.
You don't want to see my face.
You sense the room is like frozen. Everyone is frozen in what they're doing and just watching you with a hawk's eye. What do you want?
A drink and some like-minded company.
He looks at the bartender. The bartender looks at you and just goes, "We're all out. Sorry."
Right. Well, I'll be taking a seat regardless. Whether you guys know it or not, this is my sort of place.
You don't... The man with the knife stands up, just plucks
Is he
the knife.
Barrowan or Graydon?
Everyone in this inn is Barrowan. In this tavern. He shoves the knife into his belt, but is holding it firmly. And he stands up. He's almost a good foot above you. He's a big guy. And he sort of walks up to you and like, "Just because I don't see your face doesn't mean you scare me."
I'm not trying to scare you. I save that for the Graydon folk.
"Even if I trusted you, we're all out of drink." And he looks around. There are no free seats. And you can
Are there
see
actually?
you
Yeah.
can see a couple of free seats.
I take a step closer to him, but look completely disarmed. Like I don't threateningly. I just get closer and quieter, and I say, "Which one of you fucked the mayor's wife?"
I'm gonna have to roll destiny
Yeah,
on this one.
that's
All right.
Oh, can I have one good roll?
It was a 10.
Okay.
Completely
Just
neutral. Like the room, if it felt frozen before,
still feels fine.
is, if it can, feels more frozen. Like everyone's just like, okay, what's going on?
It's like this was about to go into a fight. Maybe we're still paused for some reason.
yeah, it's like
Okay.
it's like you added intensity without adding threat.
Yep.
So it's confusing while like
Yeah.
more intense. So he looks at you and he says, "Now, is there something you want to discuss in private?"
Sure. If that's on offer. I did want to buy a beer for whoever did it.
He actually snorts and he catches himself and is like, "How do you find information like that out?" At this point, he's talking low enough that it's clear he doesn't want
Everyone to know.
Yeah.
And I say, a man in my line of work has contacts in every city. And when word reaches me that someone is vulnerable to a little bit of blackmail, I like to know more. And if your folk put in the groundwork for, well, aiding the cause, I'd like to congratulate them and get a bit more info. Because I plan on taking a little visit to that woman.
You don't plan on hurting her, do you?
No.
Look. He looks around and everyone's trying to hear what you guys are talking about. So he's like, "Follow me." And he looks at the guy who was sitting next to him at the table and says, watch my back. And he follows along behind you directly. So there's another person behind you. He's about your height. And he's just sort of hovering behind you as this gentleman in front walks ahead. He starts to walk up some creaky stairs and leads you down a narrow and short hallway. There's a door at the end of it. And you can hear just a few sort of drunk giggles and some playful, like, whatever at the end in that door. And he leans over and he says, now, the person you're talking about in particular is otherwise occupied. So if you'd rather interrupt him and cause
Not
any
with
more
the
of a
mayor's
scene.
wife, right?
Oh, no. That was ancient history.
Oh, right. I was going to say.
We'll have to wait at least 15 minutes before he's available.
That's fine. I'm assuming I'm in good company.
Well, I've yet to know if I am.
And I'm afraid that's not... it's not something I can afford to do for you. Because people knowing who I am, well, it can lead to their death.
So he just stands there. He leans up against the other side of the wall in the hallway, it's a narrow hallway. So he sort of looks like he's looming over you and just like eyeing you off, waiting.
Do you want receipts? Well, I should know. Are you who I think you are?
Me? Who do you think I am?
The way you talk, you seem like a Barrowan who knows that they're not born to sit in the gutters underneath some Graydon city.
Well, I'm not wearing a mask, so I guess I'm easily readable.
I don't know why you want to see my face so much. Saves a lot of trouble being incognito.
Let's just say we've felt the knives and swords of a lot of helmeted and masked people in our time. So it's hard to trust someone without a face, when it usually is seen as the face of a king we hate.
I don't need your trust.
What do you need?
Just information so I can help the Barrows.
What are you offering?
For you, nothing. Not a damn thing for any of you. Nothing but a promise of a future for our people.
You really do have a sense of humor under that mask.
Right, that's it. That's me.
Empty promises, I've heard them.
Well, look, it might lead to my death, but I assure you I'll be the first one to fall for this cause. So, if you like the work that's been done in Iron Edge, those people that put the boot down, or maybe if you like... Okay.
I'm going to roll to see if he knows anything about that.
No, goddammit!
He looks at you
Yep.
blankly. Knows nothing.
Or maybe Fellbrook before it.
I'm going to roll that one too. Nothing.
Literally,
Yeah.
not one destiny roll higher than 10.
Very bad.
This whole session.
That was a 1 and a 2.
Yep.
So he looks at you just like,
Cool.
I know you think your reputation precedes you, but it sounds like you're not as illustrious in your portfolio as you think you are.
No, I'm just better at keeping it quiet, I guess. Doesn't serve me in times like these. I kill people. I kill people a lot, so... You know, I get things done. My plan, I'm willing to be open with you, sir, because if you're who I think you are, then... Well, you won't mind. And if you're not, I'll kill you. So, I'm planning on making sure that some goods, some shipments from this city are redistributed, because the mayor's in charge of this region. We need to make sure that some of those supplies get into the right hands, rather than constantly being in the hands already full. So that's it. Wee bit of blackmail. Threaten the dear Mrs. Husband and his connection to not only unsavourable things, but a network of killers far more threatening than the boogeyman. And if that works, some Barrowan mouths won't go hungry.
Noble. He walks ahead. Enough time has passed. Knocks on the door, maintaining eye contact with you.
What is it? You can't bother me at times like this, you know?
Apparently it's important.
All right, come in.
And the door sort of creaks open. And he bids you to step in first.
Cool. Just walk in.
And the two men who guided you in stand behind you. Both of them place a hand on your shoulder, one hand in each of them, and both of them also are holding a knife that is gently but firmly tucked under your rib cage.
But I would have noticed the drawer knife, though.
Oh, well, the one you were talking to has been holding it the whole time.
Sure.
Yeah.
But in the sheath, right?
Look, if you want to react to it, we can
I'm not very keen on them just pointing a knife at me, so I want to react.
Yeah, cool. So what's your intent? What's your reflex?
1.
Okay, so let's roll off. Okay. So you are not aware until you feel 2 points
Okay.
up under your ribs. They were behind you, and it's a move.
Yeah.
And the man who the big man who was picking his nails at the beginning and has been talking to you, he speaks up and says, now this young lad is, well, I can only assume he's a young lad because he sounds full of optimism and a lack of experience. Has wandered in here with a mask on, insisting on interrupting you and holding some information on you having slept with you-know-who, insists on interrupting your private evening and flinging his wild promises about a Barrowan freedom and nothing else he can offer us aside from threats? I don't know.
That sounds about right.
He's got enough balls that I thought it'd be interesting to let him voice what he's got to say, but something tells me he ain't leaving this room without a big hole in him. So the man in the bed, and there's a lady in the bed who had sort of packed her stuff up and walked out a different door. And he looks like late middle age, salt and pepper sort of hair, sort of whisked back. He's a bit sweaty after a bit of activity and is like, I thought I was really careful about that one. How did you get that sort of information, huh?
I have a very good information network.
I'm going to destiny roll this one, too.
Oh my god.
He says, that sounds like Watcher talk to me.
Does it? Would that be a problem?
Just means I can't trust you as far as I can throw you. And I'm getting old. I can't throw you very far.
You already
But
can't.
these ones, they can.
I'm not worried about getting thrown. Happens enough.
All right, you've got a minute of my time.
All right. You happen to put your dick into some woman. Good on you. Good work. Pissed off the mayor if he found out. I don't know what'd happen. Irrelevant. She knows it's a scandal, and that makes her vulnerable to blackmail. You guys can't do it, because if you do it, you're fucked down here. I'm nobody, and I'm nobody with a particular set of talents. I want to make sure that missus is whispering in the ear of her husband, making sure supplies go into the hungry mouths of the Barrowan, and back home, maybe we got more chance of getting those chains off our ankles. Back in the Barrows, where people aren't sucking on the tit of Graydon and actually suffering every day of their lives rather than fucking nice broads.
Oh, because that's all we do here close to the city, isn't it?
Looks like it. It's all I've seen tonight.
He pulls his bedsheet down and shows there's like like old scars in his chest. And then he turns his head and you can see a scar across his neck. And he's like, yeah, we've been sitting pretty here close to the city while you and your holes have been just delicately warmed by your fires and carried around in your genius carriages and rails. It's really hard living. Really hard living in those Barrowan caves. You know, things have come a long way for you. I fought a revolution that you're spouting you think you want to fire up again, but it ain't worth it. It's a lost fight, lad.
I'd like to
And do
use
you know why it's a
mechanics.
lost fight? Because fuckers like me fought it and believed in it and hurt for it and died for it. I escaped with my life. And yeah, I fucked a grade, and who hasn't? But those times have passed. All of that. It's lost history. What are you coming up here to stir up? What did you say before when I spoke?
I was saying
over
I
you?
want to use mechanics because I don't know if I can convince him that I'm a Barrowan true blood. But I mean, like, I've got infiltration, persuasion. I feel
I think
David doesn't
I think
have the
the tone
answers.
you're getting from his response is he's bitter about the Barrowans
Yep.
off in the Barrows. Mm-hmm. They're, as far as he's come to believe, are the safe, happy ones.
Okay.
And he's lived close to the IRONSPIRE and fought a rebellion that they've suffered. So it's just like,
Sounds like no one's happy then. Because
so that's what you're coming here for. You come here to bring happiness, have you? Well, I hate to say it, but I've already achieved my happiness for the evening. That's all I needed.
Right.
But you know, it might make me happy to kill a fucker who comes into my territory telling me they can change the way things are done around here, or spout information that I've deliberately tried to keep secret for some time. So what's to stop me from doing that then, eh?
Killing me.
Hey,
What's to stop me? Well, it'd probably be the fact that putting a hole in me would be the fastest way to watch everything around your world crumble. If I am who you think I am, don't you think that'd be a bit stupid? I walked into your den. Either I'm capable of dealing with it, everything.
and who do you think you are then?
Maybe you heard of... I'm going to say, do I have the noble's name that I murdered?
The note. Oh yeah. Yep.
I basically say, well, did you hear about him, the noble from...
All right. I'm gonna make a general knowledge check for him.
Yep.
Challenge level 3. 1, 2.
2.
I'm going to allow you to make a general knowledge assist.
You're going to let me magically make his brain
You can,
sharper?
yes.
You know what? I'm going to magically make his brain sharper.
Yeah. I think you have 1 dice to.
I don't know. It's just the isn't it? You roll the mana and then it's a level 1 thing.
Didn't you have 1 mana?
It's got 2 in the ring. But I did spend 1 mana.
You spent 1, so you would have 1 to roll with. But you did. That's.
I rolled 1 fail, 1 success.
Did you?
So
Okay.
I'll just re-roll.
Yeah. Roll again. Tense. Oh, cool. On the edge of my seat. Yes, it works.
Okay.
I
twist my ring and magically sharpen his mind.
Yeah, because it escapes him at first, but as you sense, and this is like a feel you've probably come to sort of like when you notice the magical connection you can make, and you're sort of through that feel that power you get from the ring as he's working his mind, you see an opportunity to sort of push that a little bit, just give it a little bit of oomph, a little bit of strength.
Maybe he didn't have the name, but I pushed the
Yeah.
event, and then he goes, "No."
It's like that moment of like clarity where, you know, when you're like thinking, what's the name of that actor or whatever, and it's like that moment way later when it comes to you. You sort of made that happen in that moment where it might not have in that moment. Oh, what do you know about him? I heard he had his guts spilled across town in an earthquake or something.
Yeah.
All I know is he had his foot on the neck of the Barrowans in that area.
He had a nice set of rings too, and then some look more like family heirlooms. And then I just twist the ring on my finger and gesture it to him. There's a reason I'm wearing
You
a
had something to
mask.
do with that.
Oh, I had a lot to do with it.
Okay, I'm going to destiny roll this one to see if
It'll be under 5.
if the sparrow thing
Yep.
is something he
Yep.
would be aware of. 4. How did you know?
Because not one destiny roll has been higher
this
than
is a
10.
dice jail. This is a dice jail.
The
for
dice
sure.
jail. That's so
Where is it?
ridiculous.
That's bad.
It's been 4 in a row under 5.
Give me your destiny. Oh, here it is.
There you go.
All right, we'll share this one. That's bad.
I'm sure I've got one.
All right. So
He doesn't know.
he doesn't know. He doesn't know about the sparrow, but he does know about the gut spilled about and who the person was.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't go so far to say that he recognizes the ring, though.
Yeah, no, that was
a
just
far
me
stretch, yeah.
gesturing that it's his ring.
So
I
what-
literally said
Yeah.
he had nice rings and this one looked like a family heirloom.
Yeah.
I directly just said I took his rings,
Yeah.
basically.
You have some of my attention. You had something to do with that then, did you?
I killed him.
I heard that caused a little bit of an uproar in that town.
Right. About time people see, well, what happens when you fuck with the Barrowans for too long.
Well, the problem is it always ends up bad for the Barrowlands at the end of it. When I heard about that, couldn't help but pity them because I know that 3 weeks from now, they'll just have a tighter clasp around their throats.
Maybe.
The children will starve a little longer.
Nah. You see, you can be old and cynical. I've seen it many, many times. But sometimes people are just especially big pricks. And when you kill that one, the prick that replaces them is just slightly less of an asshole. And that guy was just a particular breed of tyrant. And sometimes those rabid dogs just need to be put down. Even if a guard dog's put in their place. Usually, guard dog won't bite the kids, but the rabbit one will. So,
We're not looking to start any more fights. We're all fought out.
that's fine.
So what do you want? You want us to twist the ear and cause...
No, I'm not asking you to do anything. All I want to know is the information I need about this woman so that I, the Sparrow, can personally blackmail her into helping the Barrows.
I'm just going to make a destiny roll. This is different dice
Yep.
now.
Hey,
13.
13. First one over 10.
The other person, the only person, I had to give it for someone. He's like, wait, I've heard that before. The sparrow. That was a note left on the dead man. So the sparrow did it. You did that.
Right, it was a particularly gory example of my work, but an example needed to be set. They didn't tell you the full story, did they?
Who?
Well, just in the hearsay and
Well, it's
gossip.
just some whispers, nothing specific.
Right.
But I heard that. I've heard that word before.
Okay, all right. Just wasn't sure if they said that I liberated him of each of his fingers one by one while he cried and begged for a little bit of forgiveness from the Barrows.
But they don't. So this is the man in the bed now. They don't. There's no assumption that this Sparrow character is a Barrowan.
No, I don't want the Barrowan people getting kicked in retribution for Sparrow's actions.
You've got to give something more, so that I know that you're not gonna fuck us over. Because there's no way that I'm gonna give you my Achilles heel. Which is apparently Achilles is a character in the lore of the Sunder. And yeah.
A Thanisian male who...
Just so I can serve your own needs and put all of my vulnerabilities on the table. Everything I've fought for and trying to keep quiet. We need leverage, or we need something over you or your people to know that we can...
I can promise you don't want anything remotely to do with me, because if they find out who I am and that I've ever even talked to you, you're all fucked. So, instead, I can offer you something else. Information that'll help you. I happen to know of a particular soldier posted in this town, an Iron Guard, Now you might just be able to get under your thumb.
And how's that?
Well, I know his dirty secrets too. So maybe I could share them, because they won't be much good to me once I leave town, but with an iron guard in your pocket, imagine how much easier things could be for you down here.
All right, so if you were to use the access we could give you to said mayor's
Lovely
house,
wife, yes, of course.
we could somehow have an assured knowledge that someone in the Iron Guard could be blackmailed into keeping harm out of our way.
It's just a trade. I get my bit of blackmail and you get yours. An iron guard posted to Cragmouth doesn't much help me in the long run. But you live here every day, and having him under your thumb, that's a pretty good position to be in.
All right. Now it's sounding a little fairer. But I need to know I can trust your information.
And what kind of information would you trust?
Something I can verify. You could be making it up.
How would I go about making sure his information's verified?
I think you might have to go about finding him. I
Okay.
think that's probably the most reasonable way to do it, because if he's the one to come to them, assuming they already know everything, otherwise,
All right.
yeah, I don't think you have anything
Yep.
to sort of give them to
I
say
say-
proof.
Well, if I could get him to turn up at a place you predestine to find out your terms of not ruining his life and career, would that suffice?
So you're saying you'd get an Iron Guard to show up and declare his willingness to be blackmailed and protect us?
Well, if I tell him you've got all the dirt on him.
All right.
Now, if you don't mind, and I kind of shrug my back a little bit, seeing as we're on talking terms, maybe we make sure that that lovely lady was the last thing someone stuck something in tonight in this room.
Let him go. And they sort of pull the knives out and sheath them. It's like, all right.
I half turn to them and I'm like, good positioning too, right under the ribs.
Do you have the name of said Iron Guard?
I'm assuming I do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
So, in a moment, he sort of gets up stark naked and just sort of, grabs a robe and chucks it over him and walks up to his desk, ruffles around, and eventually sort of comes to a few different things. And you're actually noticing a lot of this stuff is wrapped up and tied, and he's unlocking some cabinets or whatever. It's all, fairly old papers and documents that he's really digging out. And eventually sort of pulls out a pile, something he was looking for. But in his ruffling around, you sort of get the sense that this was from a different time where they were keeping track of stuff, and they were really, it's almost like there was a rich spirit of revolution and fighting and really keeping track of all this stuff. And these are the remnants of that. And he's trying to find something. Eventually he grabs it. He shuffles through it, and it seems like it's a list of, the different Grey Guards and Iron Guards that they were sort of keeping an eye on. And he sort of points his fingers up and down and eventually comes to the name that you...
And I say, he would have been a Grey Guard by the age of those documents.
And sort of nodding as he's looking. Audley.
Audley? Audley or Audley?
Audley. Audley.
Yep.
Audley Wyatt. Yeah, I got him here. He was a Grey Guard then. Seemed to have climbed the ranks fairly rapidly, but this is a few years old, so...
Yes, an ambitious sort. The kind of ambition that leads a man to reach the top of their little ladder and then have those wiser than them stop them in their tracks. Until he made his own space. by killing his superior.
He says, look, not everyone's given up. It takes fairly regular dissuading just to stop people from doing stupid shit. But there are a couple of people who have been keeping track of some of their movements, so I can at least give you the name of someone who can get you to Audley. Yeah. And if you can get Audley to me and deliver on your promise, then I'll give you what you want.
Sounds like a deal. I'll go get him then. Oh, do I have to meet with... Do you say someone else has been keeping track of...
Yeah, so he
I'm like, all right.
he turns and he grabs a quill, dips it in, and like unpots an ink thing and dips it and scrawls roughly on the paper. And sort of hands it to you. He's got a really curious smirk on his face.
Mm-hmm.
And he holds it out for you to grab.
I reach forward.
And as you grab it, he's holding it, he's not letting it go as you've got your hand on it. He says, if you can give me even the begrudging loyalty of an Iron Guard, then you have my respect and you'll have what you want.
Right.
Tell him, he pauses for a second. Tell him Collar sent you.
Collar?
Collar.
Yeah.
C-O, like a neck collar.
Yep.
Okay,
Delvin turns to
so you've
leave,
got
I
an
guess.
address.
Cool. And as I go to leave, I look back and I say, I'll see you later tonight. But... you don't look like a fire that's gone completely out. So... maybe one day you'll find something worth fighting for again.
He doesn't respond, but
Yeah.
you feel his resistant curiosity. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and the address isn't so far away.
Cool. I will head there.
Head straight
I'm
there.
assuming to some surprised looks that I'm walking out of this
Yeah.
place.
Yeah, definitely. It's like the room freezes again. It's sort of like there's a few creaks as they slowly turn and watch you leave. The masked man entered, commanded the room, walked into the head of the place's room after his coitus and walks out.
And for the last thing is, as I'm at the door, I turn and flick a coin across the room to the bar and I say, help you get more stock. A dry bar is a boring one. And then I walk out.
I love it. All right. It takes you 5 minutes to get there. There's a few sort of alleyways to go through. And at one point, you actually pass it because the signage is pretty crappy in this area. And eventually you sort of see the sign broken on the ground and sort of head down the road.
Is it just a domestic house?
Yes.
Cool. All right. So I find the house.
Yep.
It's like 10 p.m. or 11 p.m.
No, I'd say it's like 12:30.
Okay. So is the lights out in the house?
Yeah, it's lights out. 2-story. Shamblesy. It's sort of like the top story is overhanging that front door, and all the houses in this area are quite old and almost look like half melty gingerbread houses.
Cool. Is there one entrance to?
There's one door you can see.
Okay.
It's a narrow
backside.
building.
It's like built in townhouse. Like
yeah,
built in.
it's pretty narrow houses. It doesn't look like it would be bigger than a 2-bedroom little
I
shack.
straight up just try the door. Don't even
It's
knock,
locked.
just try and gently open it.
Locked.
Look left. Is there anyone on the street?
No, I'd say no at this stage. I'll give you that one.
I go for the window. Try a couple of the windows, see if there's any open.
I will destiny
Yeah,
roll
that's
for
fine.
that one. Yeah, you're good. I'm going to say the lower levels aren't, but you see a not too far out of reach upper story window that looks cracked open a sliver to let some air in.
Cool.
So it can't be reached without a little bit of a boost or a jump that's really effective or whatever. But it's a low ceiling sort of shack, so it's not
I'm going to try
impossible
and
to get to.
So they're narrow buildings.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and like parkour up off like a sill on the building next to it and like leg up, bounce, like do that like bouncy like parkour, like 2-step jump up to
Yep.
the window and catch the ledge of the window.
Cool. Give it an athletics check.
Can I do
Challenge
acrobatics?
level 3. Or acrobatics, yeah.
Yes, I'm being gymnasty.
Yeah.
Not. Okay. Well, I hope on my last
Yep.
dice, because I have neg ones over there
Yep.
for, that I get a success. If I can roll it on the table. Yes. 3 successes.
You made it. And you latch, and you're just hanging by one arm on the edge of the windowsill, and you can clamber up to grab with your other hand. And you can slowly work your way up, push that window up, and you crawl your way in, and eventually crawl in that room. And you happen to be in a bedroom.
Cool.
There's just a gentle snoring and someone resting in the bed.
I got the name. Does it look like a?
It looks like a young Barrowan man, fast asleep. And from what you could, like, you weren't given a lot of information, but he,
Do I have his name?
Taog.
Taog. I gently close the window again.
Yeah.
Do I have to stealth to not like wake him?
Yeah.
Okay. Challenge level?
Challenge level 2.
Hell yeah. 2 success.
Cool. Oof. It's close tonight.
I would like to slink out of this room
Out of this room. Yep. Okay. Yep.
and delicately just check the other rooms
Fair
to get
enough.
a grasp of who's in this place.
Yep. Creak open the door. You sort of work your way around the corner to open the other door, and there's a very old couple in the adjacent
his
room.
parents.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, like sort of elderly.
I'll take a peek downstairs. It's just
just
like a
a-
single kitchen living.
Exactly.
All right, I go back into the room with Taog in it.
Yep.
Is there a chair, just the bed in the room, or is there a chair?
There's a little chair and a writing desk. You actually you notice a few locks on the writing desk, like, and some compartments that look like they're not meant to be obvious, but that have locks on them.
Cool. I pick up his chair and just sit it next to the bed.
Yep.
I draw the curtains on the room.
Yeah.
And I've shut the window fully, not now cracked.
Yep.
Draw the curtains to close.
And he's gently snoring.
And then just on the tallow, like the flax straw candles, the really cheap
Yeah.
bedside thing, I just light like a flint and just light the candle next to his bed, and then put my hand over his mouth, not his nose and mouth, just.
And he's like snoring, and then all of a sudden, like, and he stops, and he's like, eyes dart. Destiny roll for how he reacts to this. 6.
Okay.
He starts to clamber up and swat your hand away. So
Okay. As he immediately makes to motion, a dagger becomes very apparently
Yep.
in front of him, and it's not like stabbing at him. It's just like you're fucked. Like you're not you're in your bedclothes in bed, and a man is in your room with a knife.
Yep.
You like, and just basically like a.
it's like, have you got your hand over his mouth still? Or, okay.
Yeah.
And he's just like,
Well, he's probably half pushed it
yeah,
off.
yeah. And he sort of spits through your hand, just like, the fuck do you want?
I don't want to hurt you. But a sparrow has fluttered down to your window tonight, boy.
He doesn't know it's a symbol of the revolution.
Well,
yet.
he knows
just
that
it
he knows
murdered a
that
Gregton
the
dude.
sparrow. He will know that the sparrow murdered someone who was hung outside their bedroom. Mm-hmm. So he looks panicking, and you immediately notice his looking like he's figuring out where to dash when he sees a moment to sort of
Right.
get out.
I'm like, I mean it. I'm not going to hurt you. You're a Barrowan, and I can see. Well, Collar insisted that you're one of the Barrowan who's still got a spirit in him.
At the mention of Collar, he like blinks hard, and he's waking up, but adrenaline is pumping through his veins.
Yeah,
but he's like,
terrifying way to wake up.
yeah, he's like, oh, holy shit! Give me a moment. Fuck me. Fuck me.
I do have a flair for the dramatic.
Boy, I've heard of the Sparrow before, but Oh, jeez. Never in a million years. So you're the one they call the Sparrow, huh?
That's me.
Hey, Collar. That fucker. If he told you that name... He looks like he's winning a little battle of his own.
Yep.
The fact that you sort of said that. It's like, oh, okay, all right. You're a Barrowan? He's looking at a masked man.
Yeah. A mask in the visage of a sparrow.
I know enough about who you killed in Iron Edge
And
to know there's admiration to be had, but holy shit, you did things to that man that's pretty inhumane, and can't say I'm any less scared right now.
good.
Even if you got Collar's name.
Good. That's the way it should be.
What do you want?
There's an Iron Guard soldier, Audley Wyatt. He killed a superior. You've been following, well, keeping tabs on a bunch of different guard in the town.
You killed a superior, say?
Right.
That's how have I not? Have I not come across something that useful?
Let's just say I've got a bird's eye view on a few different situations.
All right. So
I need-
you're here to cause trouble, but not with me.
No, I'm here to hand an Iron Guard to Collar so that he can help make things a little bit more livable in this part of town. For the Barrowan, specifically.
This is unreal. This is a little like you've broken into the room of one of the main conspiracy theorists of the Barrowans in this town, who's like been being the crazy one who's been told to like dim his fire all this time, and you show up with saying this shit.
I'm probably going to get him killed. I get it.
It's like, yes, I can find that name. Yeah, and it's almost like, I don't know. He's been a crazy person in his own echo chamber for a long time, and all of a sudden this happens, and it's almost like it's a dream come true, or he's sleeping, but he's like, fucking, I've been ready for this day all my life. And he's digging around. He pulls out and he unlocks a cabinet. As he pulls the door open, papers shuffle down like they sort of fall and spill on the ground, and he's spreading them. He's digging around and he pulls out a few leaflets of paper as they sort of stand out to him. And he is sort of more nut job conspiracy theorist, is like, but you can tell like this guy is like a loyalist to his core, mega passionate about like the people and their rights, and is a revolutionary, and he's probably just taken that a little too far. And it's very unrealistic, even some of the scrawlings you notice. But there's a lot of information he's been gathering. And after a good 10-15 minutes of him sifting through a lot of information, some of it recent, some of it old, eventually he gets this one piece of paper that looks, not old. It's fairly recent, and he pulls it out, and it folds out and out and out into like a large piece of paper. It's like a map. It's like, all right, I'm making you one of these every 7 weeks. That coincides with the rotation of the guards in alignment with, the different stations. I won't get into it, but it looks like oddly, and you see little names and like some routes throughout town. He's actually in the southwestern wing. Well, isn't that funny? His shift starts in half an hour ago.
Very good. That's convenient.
He looks at you with like wide eyes, like, anything else you want? What are you doing? What are you doing to him?
Do you know people with a like mind? Young Barrowan with a spirit, fire.
Oh, a couple that might need convincing, but you're pretty convincing.
All right. Well, I can see you're very eager.
I've been alone in this for fucking years. He catches himself. My dad was killed 6 years ago, he told me stories as a lad about the barrows and the trials and tribulations, and dreamed of a day that we'd have a sunrise of our own to view every morning. I've lived in squalor all this time in the hopes that one fucking day we'd claim that sunrise back. Everyone else has given up.
Well, that day's fast approaching. Although, I can say that that sun will rise on a very bloody dawn.
I've already prepared. He's nodding. He wanders around. He unlocks another cabinet. He pulls out some not very good
Yep.
arms. He's like, he pulls out like a really shitty, like short sword, and like a sling. They both look not great. Yeah. It is like, I practice once a week. And he's like holding it eagerly, like, where are we going?
Collar, tell
Hey.
me about him. What's his story?
Oh. Well, you got his name. I thought you, to have that, he'd...
There's 3 people. Every one of us. 3 people. There's you, as you see yourself. You as other people see you. And you as you present. So, I know one side of him. I'm curious to know the other.
Well, from my perspective, and most of it I heard through my dad, there was little I had to do with him back when his fire was dying out. He still used the enthusiastic ones to get the information he needed. I thought it was going somewhere, but no, Collar was a name he had. There were a few of those that led the groups that were, leading the movements against the Graydon. Collar was a name he picked because he thought if we're getting our neck stepped on, it might as be something around that neck to keep it from being cracked. Maybe the collar cracked in the end, but they all picked a little name to represent themselves. Suppose like the Sparrow, really.
That's right.
I guess it's out of fashion these days. He wouldn't have told anyone that name unless he was convinced enough with you.
He's not a lost cause. I can tell you that for sure. And if you want a bit of my advice before I disappear and deal with this, it would be in the coming days to approach Collar with a level of humility. And as you watch the things unfold in the world, he'll be a good guiding hand.
I've got to update my papers. I've got to, and he's as he says this, you look down and they're like, the papers were updated 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, I tried so hard for so long to get through to him. He was a brick wall.
And that's why I said to approach him with humility. He's a broken fighter. It's going to take a lot to rekindle it, and it won't be you, kid, that does it. But when shit goes down, he's either going to do one of 2 things. He's going to abandon y'all, or he's going to rise up and be the leader he always was. So, if that's the case, you want someone like him to follow. Someone who knows what it's like to have the fire inside, but someone who knows what it's like to hurt. He won't throw people away like he once did. Every loss will be a loss. And that's a good leader. But the time is not yet for that. Those weapons won't serve you. That information will. Stay safe. And if in the morning a young Barrowan man is dead in the streets, you take this information to whoever needs to hear it. And I'm going to hand him a piece of paper that's got like the full the full dossier on Audley. So
Okay.
basically, if Delvin gets killed,
Yep.
that this kid will just be and then I'll say, but if I leave a sparrow on your windowsill, all is well. Basically, so that he will
Yep.
then just fucking like it's blackmail. So that if you kill me, I've got people in place that will spill your beans, and you can't. So that's to Audley.
Yep.
Cool.
I hope to see you soon.
Welcome to the revolution.
And he's like, oh shit, man, Pepper's sleeping. Sorry. And he like fucking hugs the masked man. Like you're like standing over his bed, but he's like his youthful jubilation at this present you've put on his doorstep. He just can't hold himself back. And he's up and at the desk. He's got his little nightcap on, and he immediately like lights another candle and he starts working. He's like, "Oh, feel free to see yourself out the front door, unless you are a window kind of person."
Can I stealth just to see if when he turned, I can just be like Batman out the window?
Do it. Challenge level 4.
Failed. 2
Okay.
successes. So I'm just like, while he's talking, I'm just lifting the window up and just like getting ready to walk out, but it's not
You
quiet.
like throw down the puff of smoke, and you're like walking off to this. Yep. And you have exactly where to go to find Audley.
Cool.
It takes you about 20 minutes to get to that stretch of town.
Is this more rich area then?
Yes. So you're out of the slums. At this point, it's like 1:30 in the morning. So things have died down. It's, it's not party evening. So people, the jubilation sort of ended.
I'd very much like to take using his map that he showed me of like the guards' routes. I'd like to avoid them as much as I can until I get to Audley.
So I won't even make you roll for it. You actually know exactly how to avoid
you,
all
nerd.
of the guards. Yeah, he literally gave you a map to all the active guard routes, and if they're following their instructions, which in Cragmouth, which is a very military town where they sort of report on each other. Yeah, so
It's
you
very
actually,
useful.
yeah, you've got a sick contact in this town, in this city. So you get to, you find your way to an alley that's sort of a subtle back entrance to this route where he's meant to sort of be patrolling back and forth, and he's only meant to do a couple of hours. And you eventually get to the mouth of the entry of that alleyway, and you know that in roughly, 10 minutes he'll cross again, and then another 10 minutes later he'll cross again. So
What was his superior officer's name that got killed?
okay. Camden. Okay. So you eventually notice him walk past.
So he's like at an alleyway's ledge. I'm leaning up against the wall.
Yep.
Like hood up, mask on, right as he would like walk past me. Is he alone?
Yep.
Cool.
It's just he's got a spear. He's an iron guard, so it's like basically his route entails he goes back and forth between some of the other guards, and he's sort of keeping an oversight over it. But it's in this sort of city, the routes are fairly broad, so he's just sort of a central point between some of his lessers. But it's basically like the Iron Guard oversees the Grey Guard's watch, so he's the lead guard for the evening.
And as he walks past, I just say, Camden.
He stops walking.
Audley Wyatt.
He turns sharply and sees a silhouetted figure in the alleyway, and he holds up his spear. What did you say?
I said your name, Mr. Wyatt. Care to have a little chat?
You're with them. I settle my debts. Don't you have any? Don't you have some code you stick to, or I paid what I owed?
Do you want to have this conversation in plain view of the street?
He looks around. It's like it's 1 a.m.
More saying come into the alley rather than being standing in the...
He's holding a spear. He's not going to enter an enclosed alley when he's got you at the tip of his spear. So he doesn't move.
I literally just say, fine, you put yourself at risk then. Camden. Good sort, wasn't he?
He deserved what he had coming to him.
As did you.
What do you want? I paid my debts.
Did you think you can get in bed with vipers and they'd suddenly stop biting?
It was years ago. Why has this come up now?
That's how it works.
No. I was promised. This would never come up again.
And you trusted the promise of the watch? Thieves and liars, all of them. You've had how many years? Do I know how many years ago?
5 years.
You've had half a decade of splendid success, power. No one's taking that from you. But
His hands are shaking. He looks adept, by the way. He looks like not like a
Given that I'm
great-
weakened.
He looks like a really competent Greyguard in his stance.
yeah, so he's, yeah.
So he's not elite, but he's very competent.
I assure you the weapon is unnecessary. Even if you were to succeed in killing me, that would just be an end to your glorious reign, and you know it.
If you really are what you say you are, show your token.
I just flick a token up, spin it, catch it.
Who do you work for?
Me. Which I know is like a more terrifying thing for a watcher to say for anyone who knows it. I'm hoping that if he knows about the watch.
He would, yeah. Anyone reasonably familiar would know that.
And the fact that I didn't show him my brand, I showed him my token. Which is, I own myself.
Yes, yeah. He gulps. And he to have dealt with watchers would know enough to know it that it's the ones who control others who have the tokens. And the assumption he would be forced to come to is that you probably employ the person who dealt with him.
I'm trying to insinuate that for sure.
And it's like, what do you want from me? It's been so long. I don't want any mixing up in any of this. I've left that all behind me.
This is an easy one. You are to meet with a man, a Barrowan man, and you'll make things easier for him. Nothing that will compromise your position. That would be foolish. Small things, small guard routes that you're in your control that you alter, things like that. Just to make the lives of the downtrodden a little bit easier.
Why do you want to look after the Barrowan slum scum?
It serves our interests.
And what are our interests?
It's a breeding ground of potential recruits. I can lie if you wanted to say
I think he'd buy it, to be honest. I think it's all pretty nebulous to him. Look, if that's all you want,
come with
fine, but
when your patrol is done.
Well,
it's at, and I say the exact time his patrol finishes.
he shakes his head and he's like, only promise. And look, all those years ago it was promised, so how can I know if I do this isn't going to come back to bite me ever again? Because
a lot of people ask me that tonight. And here's what I have to say. There's no guarantee. You sold your soul. And you pay the price when it is asked of you. Or you won't be in a position to pay prices anymore.
he gulps and this once momentarily fierce-looking Iron Guard looks significantly smaller as he takes the first trembling step, resigned, and clears his throat and continues his route.
And yeah, okay. No, I'll let him feel small. He can feel small.
He marches the rest of his watch. It takes another 20 minutes or so. It's only a few hours that he needed to. I mean, let's say it's a little longer. So you meet him.
I told him where to go. I'm just gonna say I gave him where to go.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go there and
Let's
wait
let
for him.
some time pass.
Yep.
Eventually, you end up waiting outside of Collar's tavern, of the Rusty Ale Tavern, and a hooded figure walks into the alleyway. He's wearing sort of baggy hoods. They look like official hoods. They're like it's an Iron Guard hood, but he's sort of trying to cover his official status in this area of town, and he's sort of like he's folding his hands over the crest or whatever. He sort of like walks up and he notices the black masked, black clothed man.
Just flicking a dagger up and down or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Something cool.
Yeah.
Delvin's trying to be cool.
All right, I'm here.
Let's have a beer then.
Let's.
And then I open the door for him.
He walks in. This guy, the tone in which you enter the room now is very interesting to juxtapose with the first time you entered this tavern. When all eyes are on this official trying to hide as an official, following you entering the room. And look, there's only 2 people still up at this stage. There's a couple more people passed out, but the rest are gone. But it's still like the couple of people who are up, and the bartender's long gone. Like, pause and just watch you as you and this guard.
And I just drive straight
follow
up the
you
stairs.
upstairs. Yeah. And eventually, you get
knock.
there, you knock, and you get through. Oh, and I'll say, like, the gent sort of let you in and walked you up. And at this stage, you're interrupting him sleeping. He wakes up as, they lead you through, and it's like, it's you again. You can't. Holy fuck. And he looks up and is like, he's looking around for like, to figure out what time it is. It's like, how long has it been? I only just fell asleep, it looks like.
About 2 hours. An hour? Was it an hour?
It'd be about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
No one do the maths in the comments,
Cool.
please.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, not long. Doesn't take me long.
And he stands up and he's like delirious. He's like tired still or whatever. And you can see this like ragged, scarred body of this man. And you see even clearer the scar across his throat. There's like stab wounds on his arms. This man has been through the ringer, but they're long-heeled scars. And he's like slightly manic. And he's like walks up to this. He's like, so you're an Iron Guard, eh? and this Iron Guard's sort of standing there shaking, looking like repulsed and fucking helpless. Like
I should have been.
Yeah. And at this point, Collar's like, he's Starkers. He hasn't put his robe on, but he's like just ruffling through his hair, just like, holy shit. You are what you say you are. And he walks up to the Iron Guard and like pulls his cloak back to reveal like the Iron Guard. The Iron Guard like steel plate and stuff. And it's like, and he like knocks on it. It's like, it is real then. Wow. In the flesh, in my humble abode. Oh, forgive. And he like puts his robe on. It's like, well, let's discuss, shall we? So you wait. You're in cahoots, or no? You're shit scared of him. And he looks at you and is like, "All right, so make him do the thing."
So here's the arrangement. And the Iron Guard's probably like, his voice just changed. Like, here's the arrangement. This fellow's name, he will go by Collar to you. And this is our friend Audley Wyatt. Audley made an arrangement with the Watch some time ago to ensure that his superior was removed from play and he could become an Iron Guard beyond his deserved station. My apologies, sir. I saw your combat stance.
He looks like insulted, but he's like nothing he can say.
And he has a new arrangement with you. He'll make things easier for you down here, but not obvious. I know you probably want to kick him in the nuts and punch him in the face and ring him through anything just because you got an Iron Guard right here that you can play with, but as much as you, and I gesture to Audley, hate this has got to involve respect on some level. So, you don't jeopardize his position. He earned and paid for that with the Watch. But he makes things easier. Maybe a few tools wind their way up here for future safekeeping. Maybe some of the old Grey Guard training vests and breastplates that might be getting a bit old. Maybe they get disposed of in the wrong location. Maybe some patrols are a little bit laxer here when they need to be. You're a creative man, Collar. I'm sure you'll come up with something.
Well, it's been a while since I've stretched that creative part of my brain, but there are a few things I can think of. And he looks at the Iron Guard. And Audley's like, it shouldn't be too much. It shouldn't stand out. I can do this with subtlety and grace if my station is respected and my processes are understood. I will do what you need.
I think Collar knows that this could end poorly for him too. An arrangement like that sounds good to me.
All right, I'll do what you say. I will ensure that wherever it falls under my purview or influence, perhaps even if I can reach a little further, that the regions that you need with a little safe harbor will be kept safe.
And I hope you learn a little something, Audley. And when you spend time down here, while you curl your nose up and look at these people with disgust, maybe you'll come to see that they're all humans. And protecting them actually ain't so bad a price to pay. Because it ain't just the people in the Upper City that need protecting. It's everyone. Regardless of whether they were born in a hole or a palace.
If you're done with your speech, you have my agreement. May I leave?
You happy, Collar?
That's a word for it, ain't it? I'm satisfied if... Well, he has to stick to his word, doesn't he?
That's right.
I like this. Why, I never thought I'd feel that sensation. It's been a while since I felt like we had some sort of leverage. Feels good. All right, piss off. He sort of snorts at this Iron Guard. He says, clears his throat and straightens up and walks out immediately, briskly. So you brought me an Iron Guard. Within 2 hours, no less.
Right.
You, sir, are all right. What'd you say it was again? Tweety bird?
Sparrow.
Sparrow. Interesting. We had a few names back in the day. I'm sure, I'm sure Teog told you all about it, but...
That was a good lead. That kid does his work.
Well...
Overeager and likely to get himself killed.
Yeah, he's trapped in his head and he's his own worst enemy. So what is it? Is it the Watch need the Barrowans or something? I know it's all about power and using it. I know this can't be power coming from the Barrows. That's long gone, but...
Ain't got shit to do with the Watch. I couldn't give a fuck about the Watch.
That's what he said. That's what leverage he felt.
I pull out my Watch token and just flick it and catch it. I am who you think I am, but I'm not at the same time. We all make bargains, and my deal was access to a network beyond anything the Barrows could get, in exchange for a chance at helping them, even if it meant my own damnation. So, this work is my work. Sparrow's work. The watch has got nothing to do with it, except what I can use them for.
But if you're acting as the Sparrow, then as far as anyone else is concerned, the Barrowans have nothing to do with it.
For now. I don't want to draw the ire, the boot, the club, the sword, before the Barrows are ready for it. But there's more going on out there than you think, closer to home. There's more cells of resistance, more dissent, and especially with this magic nonsense with people being pulled from their damn homes and taken to the castle. Change is about to come whether you like it or not.
He's looking, a little more somber and nodding.
And
there's a flash of his eyes seem to be in the past as he's nodding. All right, well, the mayor and the wife, and he lays it all out. He gives you everything. He tells you the whole story. Seems like he actually was in love with this woman through this revolutionary period. And he was one of the higher revolutionaries. And it was like this passionate romance of, it was almost swashbuckling in nature. It was like the pirate at the window sort of thing, And they did have a brief fling, but it could not be. And they've never seen each other since. Mm-hmm. So it's long in the past. But you know the name of the wife, and you know how to... he gives you everything he's got, all the information.
Does he know, like, a place I could...
Well, he knows how he used to liaise with her.
Okay, yeah.
So, and there used to be, like, some different, like, meeting times. And this is, a good, several years ago at least. Mm-hmm. So, but at least the implication is that nobility and the mayor in particular have very regimented, practices and traditions and whatnot. So you basically can glean a schedule that would be fairly common even still, as, her life won't have changed much in practice as far as responsibilities and time usage and all that. So yeah, you know how to find her
during the day,
most of the time during the day, and then otherwise, in their room at night. But I'd say there are a couple of windows of time during the day where she'd be unaccompanied that you might be able to find her.
Cool. That's the avenue, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't think I can explore anything else. It's 2 a.m.
I don't think so.
Got to go to sleep. And
yeah.
All right, caller. Thank you.
I'm a little nervous about you. You're exciting, and you can deliver on what you say, but you've seen my scars.
If I'm honest.
I ain't looking for more.
If I'm honest, you're too close to IRONSPIRE, to Bartwall Keep. The revolution's going to start in the Barrows. It's going to start in the borders, and when the king's distracted, an uprising here is just going to be a hammer of blows and a lot of dead in the gutters. But an underground, supplies, safe harbor, passage, information, this stuff, this risky but less frontline stuff that your boy's good at. That could be all the difference in the future.
Well,
if you have a mind for it.
I'm past that myself, but we're Barrowans. We're good at underground. And this kid, he hasn't got a level head, but there are a few that could be worked, and he could be softened, perhaps, if he was convincible with the potential of allies joining in, I think, is just overeager to compensate for the lack of support.
Maybe it's time they had a steadying hand. One that would tell them what they need to know to keep him from dying. And keep him from doing anything too rash. Someone who knows the pain of war and loss. Rather than just naivety and optimism.
Maybe if one digs enough, that might be under the dirt and bruises.
You'll know. When the time's right, you'll know. And you'll either be it or you won't. And that's your choice to make. And your life to live with.
All right, Sparrow. Now flutter off.
I do have one request that you have no obligation to honor. But I don't know you, sir. And I just hope that you'll use this, that which I've traded to you, for the good of the people down here. Not just to be a stronger pimp or kingpin or gangster or whatever.
That was never me. That's not what I've become. I just keep to myself.
Well, maybe you can help out a little bit.
I think there are a few people downstairs you met earlier this evening who'd probably be quite eager to, were circumstances provably leverageable, potentially more interested. And with an iron guard under our belt, that's more than we had even back then. So this is a lot to think about.
Good luck. I'm sure I'll see you again. Or you'll hear of a sparrow dead in the streets, one or the other.
And what of this sparrow? Is this something I'm tight-lipped about?
What do you mean?
Well,
You can spread the word to the streets if you want.
it didn't seem by the reaction of one of my men that you were particularly sacred about it, so worth asking, I guess.
I'm secret about who I am because it helps me to move quietly, but if it can inspire anything in anyone that someone's doing something out there and ain't afraid of the consequences, well, I say let it spread. You know, nothing's going to shut Teog's mouth. I saw him, and he knows who I am. It'll spread. And I like to make a show of it sometimes, too.
All right. Well, hopefully I don't see you around.
Good luck, sir.
And he sort of nods and bids you out and goes back to bed.
Cool.
And you end up eventually
Going to bed myself.
climbing in your window. You just walk in.
I said I came in really late 'cause I
so
was
you
looking
swap
after
your
Oscar.
clothes down the street and eventually end up back.
I put
at
my
your
dirty
inn.
clothes back on. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was that. And that's how we met our friend Collar here.
I told you it gets best right at the end. But as I recall, it doesn't end like that. I mean, I don't want to spoil it or anything, but
Right. Well, there's the matter of the body we all saw in the streets. That was my work too.
hey, I helped, says Collar proudly. As a manner of speaking.
And this is how it went.
I think the context of like basically having met Melba and on the way back.
Oh, so that's not included, the conversation with Melba?
No,
Yeah.
as in like, but that there was more for you.
Oh, right.
It specifies
Okay.
that,
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
think sort of like giving the audible journey of the day quickly
Yeah,
to sort of
okay.
be like,
So, the thing is, it seems like the two of you are the only ones I need to impress because the children of Amar, they're quite aware of what I do. And Melba, well, she had a suggestion for how we could make sure that Russell escaped the unfair injustice that was waiting for him for being an honest man. And I set about helping to do it.
there was a message that that Melba sent to you, so it gave you telepathically as you were leaving. And I did say in that episode, she says something to you, and I sent you a secret message. That secret message was, sometimes terrible things must be done for true peace to be achieved. The sparrow may be our greatest ally of all. So she had asked Delvin some questions. What were you doing in Fellbrook? This and that. Now, Delvin knows what he was doing, and he would have immediately recalled exactly what she was going for and would have known and thought in his head, oh, she knows something. Maybe she doesn't. Like, what was going through Delvin's head?
Delvin answered his questions as honestly as he could.
But what was he thinking? That's the catch.
I think he was very on guard, but very mentally on guard in the sense that he knew what she was asking, but he also wasn't lying. Like, he answered the questions in a like, you might have noticed I was very candid in what I said. I was like, I even said, I think I said I was stirring up a revolution or something. And then the others kind of looked at me weirdly because I didn't actually do much, but Delvin was answering those questions fully honestly. He just wasn't expressly saying, I killed a woman and did that. So I think in his head, he was probably thinking like, what's the best way to put this without being dishonest. So he was very consciously,
And that's the bit she's reading. Is like, how is he going to answer this question? Because she can feel and hear the thought processes about what you end up saying. Everything that comes before what comes out of your mouth is where she is.
She's doomed if she meets someone without an inner monologue. The ultimate
superpower. That's
like
the thing, isn't it?
20% of the population don't hear words in their head.
Oh, no
She's
way.
just like, ooh, and it's like, wow, no room for thought in that.
It's really
brain.
empty in here. But yeah, so she knows a lot anyway, because there was that hint after leaving Felton that there was that silhouette in the window. That was, of course, Melba, and she had sent that message in your head. So she was sort of monitoring before you were on guard. And that was just sort of a calibration to sort of see where you're at, but mainly sort of your intentions and trustworthiness, which I think she sees a usefulness there and enough honesty in terms of cause and motivation to take a liking to you.
She's not afraid of, hurting people, I guess. Oh, there is a really weird delay between...
Is there?
Yes.
All right. Well, it won't be in post.
I hope so, but anyway.
So we're going to skip ahead a bit. You've left with a party. We ripple ahead to, Osbert was found and everyone goes to the inn and this and that. You settle, you have your food or whatever. As you're heading upstairs to your room, you hear a message in your head from none other than Melba, of course. Test. Oh, there you go. A little bit of echo. There we go. So you get a I would like to discuss with you privately for a minute what I could not around the others.
I look around. Have I determined if I can reply in my brain?
Try.
I just think, like, deliberately verbalize words in my head.
Yep.
And I'm like, can you hear me then?
Yes.
Well, I'm happy to chat. Here, now, or how do you want to do this?
I am in my carriage, 2 buildings across. I await you.
All right. Now, at this point, had everyone gone upstairs to bed, sort
I'd
of thing?
say so.
So I go into my bedroom, like, set it up, spend a couple, like, 30 seconds, a minute, fluffing things around, blow out the candle on the nightstand, sort of thing. And then, get my traveling cloak, my night cloak, and then just leave straight back out the way I came.
Okay. And you see, in not too far away, a stone's throw away, you see a carriage, a very nice carriage, clearly sort of military, actually. But it is just sort of sitting there waiting you. There is a driver who's sort of hooded and not paying any attention or looking around at all. And a door waiting to be opened.
Yeah, extremely discreetly do the, like, make it look like I'm meant to be there and nothing's weird, and just step in, just open the door.
Good evening, Delvin. Or do you prefer the Sparrow in the evenings?
I don't know. Sparrow sounds better when it's got either a twinge of hope behind it or a begging for mercy. One of the two. Delvin's fine.
I think we could work well together. Specifically, this sparrow thing you do. I feel like he could offer much value to the cause of the children of Amar and of the unseating of the throne, especially if you're looking to stir up revolution in favor of the Barrows. So let us conspire.
We love a good conspiracy. What have you got for me then?
This guard, the one arriving to town that I've informed your friends I could put to use. I could, but it would require a little bit of time and working behind the scenes unless we can pull some strings sooner. I would like the Sparrow's help to pull some strings.
Well, what's his situation?
He's on the verge of being outcast, sent off to a far distant town, unless, based on a vote, he be kept in some good graces, given a second chance, perhaps. And in that circumstance, I would have much greater control over assigning him as someone more useful to you. Now, the vote is close. He is loyal to the king and has been for a long time. But there are those who are heeding the words and intentions of people who feel like he was too soft on the Barrowans. Executions he could not stomach.
All right. And you want me to do something about this vote then?
I believe it's almost even. From the guards that I know of that would be decisive, there is an Iron Guard captain of each region in this city that must make a call before the Grey Guard sergeant is reassigned.
A little smile cracks upon his face, and he's like, you don't have any names of those Iron Guard that you need, do you?
She proceeds to sort of roll out the names of the ones she knows all of them. So she basically gives you the panel of judges. She explains people's intentions as to who's voting for whom. And there's about, 10 or 11 people who would be voting. They're sort of captains of the different regions of the city that, end up getting assigned to patrol different Grey Guard locations, but this is sort of their home base. Now, you won't know one of them who would be expected to vote against, and this is the gentleman you met the night prior, whose ear you twisted already. He is not, in his intentions, soft on the Barrows, but you already have your thumb over him a little bit.
Wow.
So,
funny you should say that. Oh God, I need his name. We need his name.
yeah, no, that's all right.
I have it in my notes, but I don't have my laptop. So,
episode 13.5. He was Audley
Wyatt.
Audley Wyatt. Yeah.
That Iron Guard, Audley. You could say I've already got one over him. I'm pretty sure I can sway him without question.
Yeah, you've planted your roots in Cragmouth so soon.
Everywhere I go, I stir up shit. And it helps that my compatriots had already, he'd already been indebted, let's put it that way.
Good. That will be useful. I believe with one more, the vote will be confidently swayed in the direction we need, or at least the lack of a vote. We'd be looking at, I expect, a tie in that arrangement. But there is one Iron Guard that I think you will have a distaste for. He has had a hand in slave trafficking in the region. He's respected amongst his peers. Not many know that aren't directly involved, but none at his level.
Right. Well, sounds like a nasty sort then, doesn't he? Perhaps I should pay him a visit.
He seems to justify it internally as business. He doesn't seem to, from what I can sense, gather any carnal pleasure from it aside from raising his own esteem and position, but a human life is a human life, and he deals with them frivolously.
Well, I'd be happy to sort that problem out for you.
His name is Melrick. She hands over a little pocket of information just scribbled on a piece of paper recently. There's not a lot there aside from his name, his station, a little bit about his history, but that's seems to be all she can provide on short notice. Is this enough to turn the tide of the vote?
If you're asking if I'll fix this one, let's say there'll be less slaves traded in Cragsmouth. Yeah.
Very well. Good luck, Sparrow. And know that when we meet again, I look forward to building our collaborative powers. I think what we can do together extends far beyond these little incidents.
I have one more thing, though. Something that occurred to me. We've got a bit of a shadow. And I think... Now, I haven't sensed anything, but I have a suspicion he's got talents, powers as well.
I see. You're being tailed by one of Ainsley's.
Right. Slick as a cat and hard to spot as a shadow in the night. And I'm worried that, well, if his findings go unreported, well, there'll be no hassle, but he might have seen our little meetings, so it needs to be dealt with.
I see. I'm afraid I need to know and see what I'm absorbing to communicate, to gather information. So unless I met with this one, and there's not a lot I can do. If you can find them, I could extract much. But Ainsley tends to be... She's looking off into the distance at nothing, obviously. Blind. Sorry, not blind. She's blind. Slippery is what I meant to say.
Well, I was thinking, I don't know how the pieces fit together yet, but we're likely going to make one last dash for IRONSPIRE before we go back to Ainsley. So if we could set a trap for him there, well, that would be where we'd cut our tail off. So if you've got any agents in IRONSPIRE that could help us achieve that, catch a cat in a trap, we'll do the dirty work.
From what I know about Ainsley, he likes to confirm his suspicions and then retract and adapt. If you have a tale, it won't be to harm you unless that order is given based directly upon a knowledge of your betrayal. So don't give yourself away, but if you can create a net behind, not within IRONSPIRE, but in the direction of safety from this follower, where they would go for safety.
So on the way back
Perhaps.
to Geldervale. Right. The road between Bakersbury, was it Bakersbury? Or, yeah, the road between Bakersbury and Geldervale's straight and ain't many places to hide. It could be a good place to spring a trap, but...
I suspect they're not traveling the main roads at risk of being seen or followed in return. Either the river or the tree lines.
Right. Well, that's the play. Just thought you should know.
The more we all know, the better. Good luck, Sparrow.
I might need it if this Iron Guard captain's got any wits about him.
Evening. She sort of bids you farewell. We have much to do. I shall be in touch in several days. Oh, and your party can expect the replica from our studies. We expect it should arrive the evening before the end of the 6th day. Or the evening of the end of the 6th day. So the day before it's required.
And where will we pick it up?
At the Glimmering Flask in Geldervale, and in that we trust for our various needs.
All right. Thank you very much for your help, and let's get this captain a honorable position rather than a dishonorable discharge.
Farewell, she says without moving her mouth.
Cool. Nice, just step out of the carriage.
And you step out into the start of the chills of the night setting in.
Cool.
As we're hitting about 11 p.m.
I head directly to that boy's house in the slums.
Okay. You're,
But I would like to be, at some level, I guess, stealthy to try and avoid being tracked. Not that I think it'll go very well, but yes.
so you're looking for Teog, the information broker.
The boy who
The kid who woke up
basically is...
in the
Yeah,
middle of the
yeah,
night,
yeah.
So roll the stealth check. And I'll do that. Do you know what? I'll give you a destiny roll first. Okay, 13. So challenge level 2.
Okay. I think I've only got 4 dice. I don't have my character sheet. My stealth, that's 2. On 3 dice, so...
Cool.
2.
Yeah, it's not too hard. It's not a super busy evening. There has been a retinue of guard that had arrived earlier that evening, but they seem to have been settled, and you suspect the new arrival of this person being reposted will be among them.
Cool.
But otherwise, you're sort of aware of where the energy is that you can avoid attention. And
I've already forgotten that dude's name that I'm killing.
that you're killing Melrick.
Malric. Okay.
So in short order, 15, 20 minutes,
Yep.
you end up outside of the house of this boy you woke up the night prior.
Is there any...
There is a light, glimmering candle light flickering from the top window that you'd climbed in the night before.
I throw a little pebble into the window, like a romantic date at first. Like,
Yep. After a moment, you see like this little creak appear from the curtain.
I was wearing a mask when I
You
talked to
were.
him, so I've got.
Yeah.
I put my mask.
You're
on
in
bef-
Sparrow
yep,
mode.
Sparrow mode.
Yep.
Leaning up against the opposite building, looking very nonchalant and cool.
Yeah. He like, as soon as he sees it, he pulls it open a little more and he's like, and he like rushes off and you can, he's not the most subtle of folks. You hear a little bit of clatter as he sort of scrambles down the stairs and he like creaks open the door. He's like, come on in.
Cool. I sneak in, head on in, up to his room, I'm guessing.
Well, you walk in, there's like the coals of a fireplace. So he actually throws a log in and it just sort of stays down here. Hopefully keep my parents asleep, you understand?
All right, I'll be quiet. Your work tracking guards was excellent, so...
Well, that's the only work I do. I didn't expect to see you again so soon.
I didn't expect to see you so soon as well, but understand this kind of operation needs people like you. Keep your head down and keep doing good work.
Aye.
Now,
And he like awkwardly like salutes, like, like that's what I meant to do, maybe. I don't know.
I'm going to give you a chance, boy. And that chance is... I want to give you an option. Tonight, things might get very bloody. Not to you, you'll be safe, but because of you. So, before they do, I want to give you the option to make that choice. Do you still want to help the cause when you know that it means you have blood on your hands?
No, listen. I've read every story, every account of every gruesome tale. Can't say I've seen much of a drop of blood in my life if it aren't for a blood nose in a bar fight, but I've prepared my whole life for something like this, and I wouldn't be who I think I am or hope I am if I wasn't ready to roll up my sleeves and do what must be done to bring the barrows back where they're meant to be.
Well, you've got backbone, kid. Melrick, Iron Guard captain.
His eyes tick over and he starts nodding.
Slaver.
Aye, I missed that one. I mean, I know all his patterns, but there's no sign of that I would have picked up on.
Sparrows. The sparrow doesn't target the innocent. unless their death absolutely certainly will serve the cause, and that is a difficult and rare decision to make. So when I say I'm going after Melrick, I tell you with the confidence that he is, well, just the worst sort of person. So, tell me everything you know. Where can I find him tonight?
Okay, all right. Well, the patterns I gave you last night, they should stand. He's closer than the other one who I hear we actually have some sort of compliance from, which, boy, you're a godsend, you are, if there is one out there. But he starts mapping it out. It's like, I think you forgot all this. The only thing that might be worth knowing is that there's a crossover between here and here at 2 times in the evening. So if you want a clear run, you might have to wait 20 minutes from now. Then you should be safe. But he's close to the center of town, so it might be hard to do in a way that won't be seen in the morning.
Oh, I want it to be seen in the morning.
What's the logic behind that?
People need a symbol of hope, and those who know will know what he's done.
Surely the Barrows, this district will be crushed if there's any association with. Although with that Iron Guard on our side, maybe not.
There will be no association with it, because of course, weren't you that did it? It was the Sparrow. And everyone knows he's a great un. I mean, I'm pretty sure he just gallivants around and sleeps with nobility. Was that what I heard? I don't know. There's a lot of rumours.
Sure, it could be what people hear.
If you keep it messy. And this is a little trick. If everyone's got a different tale, except the ones who know what's up, well, you can sow discord for a lot longer than the guards would think. They'll be all up in their asses looking for who done it. But it won't be the Barrows what did him. It'll be the Sparrow.
So how can I help? Is that something I can do? Get that word floating and changing?
If you think you can do it without putting yourself at risk, maybe talk to Collar about it.
Well, it's not putting me at risk if I heard it from someone else that I tell it to. And then I just heard it from someone else when I tell it to someone else. I think I could do a good job of this. Get it moving from first thing in the morning. I could head out to the workers' fields and to the stocks and get it moving with the early workers, then come back by breakfast time and move it with else.
Right. I like it. So the thing is, though, the Barrows have got to know what it means, but that's got to be secret. Sparrows for us. For everyone else, it's
confusing murderer.
Confusing mess. Murderer. Villain. The worst boogeyman the world's ever heard of. But for the Barrows, it's hope.
I like it. And then when the time is right, the mechanism turns and all is revealed, and the Sparrow and the Barrows are intertwined to the depth.
That's right.
Oh, I like this.
Very poetic. I like it too. Well, thank you for your help and stay safe.
Good luck, sir. Stay safe yourself.
And I give him a nod. Head on out.
He's like slightly shaking hands, sort of like salutes you. He's like welling up. He's like got like the tears of patriotism in his eyes.
Get him killed. Good on you, Teo.
You head out into the brisk night. I hope I got the accent right, but anyway. It's weird. We come back like 4 weeks later, and
it's also hard because we're diving into the studio to film some impromptu thing in a secret, stolen moment, trying to get it done. So I head to the destination. I'll wait the appointed 20 minutes, but I want to stake out somewhere that's probably don't want to attack him somewhere super visible, so in like an alley between streets or whatever, but yeah, somewhere fairly central in the town where he can be easily found. Yeah. After the fact, or if I could move him a short distance and then he'll be easily found. Yeah. Is there somewhere like that on the route?
There's like edge of town square. There's like a connecting alleyway that's not far from the tavern you guys are staying at. So, just down the same block. But out of view of most people at this point, it's sort of past midnight. Most of the inns that had a bit more energy to them are sort of the outer edges of town, some more civilian populated areas, and they're starting to quiet down as well anyway, and they're off in the distance. So it's pretty chill here in the middle of town. There's some glimmering lights off in the distance, or the mayor's palace and a few military areas where people are probably doing late night registrar reports and whatever, but it's more of a work night. You know, people are going to bed and the night is yours.
Cool. I don't have much time. Because I've got like half an hour, 20 minutes, half an hour. I'd like to head to the tavern that Collar was at.
Yep. So heading back.
Well, before I leave, I'm kind of backtracking a little bit.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
before I leave that part of town, I'd like to head to that tavern.
Yep.
Cool. And yeah, see if I can.
You enter. It's pretty.
It's not.
It's much quieter tonight. There's like two people, one of which is awake and sort of recognizes you and sort of like darts his eyes sideways and looks away. Mm-hmm. But you can tell his heart rate's risen pretty quick. But you know where to go through to get to Collar.
Cool. I just head up and knock politely. If he's accessible or if he has a guard out the front, I don't know.
Yeah, no guard.
Mm-hmm.
Who is it?
It's your friend from last night.
You're kidding me. Come in.
I come in quietly.
You enter. He's just wearing a dressing gown, like an old dirty silk one that he probably got ages ago. It's got a few tears in it. And he's actually sitting up at a writer's desk. And he seems to be poring over some old notes.
Yeah,
so
cool.
Scribbling lightly. He seems a little befuddled. He's definitely a little tipsy, like he's been drinking and he's probably nervous to get into it again, but he seems to be trying. He turns up and he said, I didn't expect to see you again so soon.
Well, I've got a pressing job tonight. Tomorrow morning, you'll find Melrick, Iron Guard, dead or me, one of the two.
Oh, you do get straight to work. And I must report back that Audley's been mighty helpful already. Seems like he's shit scared of what could happen if he's not.
I like that. Well, anyway, I'm on a clock. I had a quick request. Well, two things. One, the boy Teo is going to be spreading some quiet rumors. The Sparrow needs to be a symbol of hope for the Barrows, but that's the only people that need to know for now. For the Grey Guard, Sparrow's a psycho, a Graydon serial killer, a murderer, whatever it needs to be to keep the heat off you.
I see.
But Melrick, he's a slaver. That's why he's dying. Trading in stolen people from the Barrows and, well, God knows where else. So...
You're awfully noble for a watcher.
Fuck the watch. Means to an end. Sometimes you gotta sell your soul to get the job done.
I've never heard of a watcher whose end wasn't their own prosperity.
Well, that's because most of them end up dead. So, to the point. I'd like you to know that so that the people who need to know why Melrick winds up the way he winds up know why he winds up that way and what it means for the Barrows. No Barrowan slaves. No slaves of any kind. But I was wondering on a cute little note, your nickname, Collar,
Aye.
where'd that stem from?
Well, it was back in the day. I think I brushed over it last night, but we sort of gave ourselves names like codes representing something and sort of tongue-in-cheek.
Like a collar around your neck.
Yeah. Maybe if I could be the collar and I could put it around theirs.
You wouldn't happen to have one, would you?
Well, that's a funny idea. And he's like, as it so happens. he's chuckling to himself. It's like, now this was purely symbolic, but we did have a laugh. I got it as a birthday present once back in the day. He reaches out to the side. So he like digs out, sort of buried in it. It's a bit rusty, but there is like an iron collar that's like engraved with like a birthday message, Viva la Revolution equivalent, right?
Okay.
It's like he sort of reaches it out. It's like,
So what's the collar say on it?
it's like the Barrowan equivalent. It's like the Barrows will,
Maybe I shouldn't use that.
Oh no, well, okay. It's more a personal message.
Okay.
From someone. You could probably
I'd like to
scratch it off. Yeah,
outside of his vision, I'll scuff it off, and I'm like,
it's like it was from my brother-in-law, and it was for me to put on someone else's neck when the time comes.
how about the time coming now? Couldn't think of a more fit and.
I'm a bit old to try and do it myself, and you've proved yourself far more competent than I could be right now, anyway. So he holds it up.
Cool.
It's yours.
Is it like a steel collar?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's like an animal collar.
I take it, and
It's like got a hinge in the middle, and it sort of yanks, and the two bits that flat come out with a lock that would go on there.
Cool.
Yeah.
and I say, and you wouldn't happen to have any good rope?
Not on me, but wouldn't be hard to find. There'd probably be something under the bar.
Cool. Well, there'll be a bit of news tomorrow, spreading pretty fast.
You're
But-
already thinking creatively.
Absolutely. If I'm trying to make myself a symbol, I gotta find something, well, that'll stir a bit of rumor.
I gotta say, I've been trying to get to work here. Not that I ever thought that I would be doing this again, but I can't help but shake this. I can't shake this feeling, this seed that's been replanted. And where once it was a furnace, now it's an ember, but it's there, and I just don't know what to do because we're all a shambles. It's a mess. Everything I look at, I don't know where to start, how to reorganize people, and Teog's no great place to start because a lot of people don't take him seriously. They would if I did, but I don't know what to aim at
Well,
without giving us away outright or screwing us over.
the last thing I plan on doing before I leave this city is getting the mayor on side, well, through his wife, which we talked about last night. My thought was, you're too close for outright rebellion here, and we all know how that will end. But I was thinking a railroad.
If you have connections to people
In
who
the-
could come in,
I was thinking of taking supplies to the barrows from right here, and people. If every loyalist we find, we can send them somewhere they can do some good. Make a network of towns that can ferry things to the barrows underneath, well, the kingdom's nose.
so I get to work on deepening the infrastructure of being a housing and hiding of Barrowans who can step into the light when the time comes.
You've got more than most. You've got protection from the guard here, which we've arranged. So you can operate slightly more loosely than most cities will be able to.
He's still like, there's an epiphany. Is like, Cragmouth is built on a cavern system from the river. It's where the rocks get roughest near the coast. It's something we could tap into. There are underground caverns that have been populated at times by, the homeless or people looking to set up a little base or something, but nothing with any real effort. We could use that. We could even use the river as a means of transport without needing to go into the city.
I like it. And we can start getting things upstream and then, well, all the way to the barrows and back. If we can make a hidden, unchecked, well, way for travel to go between the two places, I mean, the sky's the limit.
A wry smile crawls on his face. And he says, and if there's a symbol we know to look for, we know where the supplies need to go. Little Sparrow, perhaps. His eyebrows flicker
Delvin
up.
looks like momentarily like, and then he's like,
Hey, it's more poetic than a fucking collar.
and he quietly says, fuck, Edgar, you always had a way of getting exactly what you wanted. Even after everything. All right, make it the Sparrow.
Hey, it's gotten me fired up, and I never thought that'd happen.
Well, let's hope I don't fucking end up in a gutter tonight then. That'll be a short... Well, you know what? Fuck it. Even if I do, you keep doing the work.
I don't think the Sparrow dies the way I see it. The only thing be careful of is this could be something that ends up entirely out of your control, because once people see it a certain way, they'll see it that way no matter what you say or do about it.
Well, you know what? Sad heroes, pawns, people who take up the mantle. If we make sure to snuff out any who would use it for their own advantage, then the way I see it, it only adds to the confusion.
And if we make the message of the Sparrows clear as day to those who need it, then the foundations will be strong.
Weirdly, I like where this is going. Well, I like kind of look outside towards the moon in like a moment of thought, and then I just go, I've been probably too long already. Good luck. I've got a man to kill.
He looks like he's thinking for a second. He shuffles off, just sort of immediately goes into his closet, and he seems to be digging around. He sort of opens up some old chests, and everything's sort of buried. So it looks like he's looking for old stuff that's long forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
I swear to God, it's in here somewhere. He pulls it out, a pair of shears, like animal shears.
Mm-hmm.
My pa was forced to use these day in, day out, till he died of exhaustion. He was as under the thumb as any baron you might see oppressed in a grading state. I can't think that these would be tracked to any barrowing activity, but if these were put to use against a grade, I wouldn't think of anything more satisfying for myself. I know I'm being selfish, but if you want to get creative, wouldn't mind helping. And he holds out a pair of rusty, janky shears. They're like old.
I take them. I say, just for you. Well, I've already got something for him.
Collar and shears. Well, you got a blank canvas. You better get to work.
All right. And then I just turn and head out.
Before you're out of the room, he's already like reshuffling his papers. It seems like he's looking for some different things. He's got a bit more clarity, and you leave, and you're both cool straight away.
I grab some rope from downstairs at the bar. That's very simple.
Easy to find. Takes you, half a minute.
Cool. And then I head to the destination where I'm planning on ambushing him, like 5 minutes ahead of where he's going.
The bartender and the person sitting, they just watch you. You're like, they watch you go behind the bar. No one says or does anything or steps in the way. They're just like, and what's he doing now? And you leave with like rope and a collar and shears from Collar's room. Yep.
All right. So I head to this place. I would like to find a spot where it's kind of like maybe like an arched alleyway between two-story buildings, somewhere where I can rope over the top of something, like a bar or a metal bar or something, and put the rope over the top of it.
Yeah. So I'm going to say along the main strip, there's it's sort of like actually where the tavern was, a couple of doors down, there was that cart repair place. This is a couple of doors down further to that. Same street, but it's a little bit more of a like, there's a smithy a little further along, and there's some, it's definitely some stuff you could use in the middle of the alleyway to do some of that work. So you find a good spot.
And I'm going to say, I attach the rope to the collar, like through the bit, so I can close the collar, set it up above. I'm not very good at hiding. So I'm basically going to look like I'm just like a drunk or something on the ground nearby.
So the gist you're sort of getting, there's usually 2 Iron Guard seniors patrolling with a total of 20 or 30 grey guards patrolling the city through the night on different shifts. So these are like the Iron Guards who are in charge of these shifts. They're basically checking the routes. You avoided where there was a crossover with one of the other administrative Iron Guards, and then the moment is arising where you can see the silhouette of this man, Melrick.
So he's like going between two
now
groups.
walking down the main strip to reach the other end.
So he won't go down this alleyway naturally?
Not the alleyway naturally. He's going down the main strip.
Okay. So I need to grab his attention. How do I grab his attention?
Footsteps approaching is...
Yeah. I just look up and I say, Sir.
He gives brief pause.
I help.
He just continues on his route. At this point, he's sort of in line with the alley.
Okay. I stand up and walk towards him. I've got... You're Merrick, aren't you?
I'm going to roll.
Yep.
Destiny roll, just sort of his demeanor and how he responds.
That was Of course.
He looks just like he doesn't put up with shit. And as soon as you start approaching him, I'm assuming you're approaching him.
It's very, not aggressively, yeah. I'm going to say I took my mask off for this, so I actually just look like a dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's the only one who could sort of see me. And I'm like, Sir.
He pauses. He's wrist tightens, and you can see he expects not to be interrupted by commoners on his route. And he just glances and is like, "I don't have time for riffraff."
You're Merrick, right?
Walking.
I have information for you
I don't have time for you.
about your business.
It does give him. He pauses for
The
a
business
second.
of people, the people business. It's probably not something you want to discuss out
It's
here.
probably not something you should continue talking about.
Well,
Go through the proper channels. Do not approach me with this.
I want to save a man loyal to the king.
He turns and he starts walking away. But you can tell the grip around his spear is tight.
Mask on, and I just go, and I'm just going to attack him from behind.
Okay.
Just jump him in the street.
All right. Okay. I'll say he's peripherally aware of you enough that it's not an unopposed check. But I'm going to give him a -2 to his combat roll due to being flanked. Wait, flanked is +2 to you.
It's up to your it's your choice.
I'll just
how you
call
wanna
it
swing
flanked.
Okay.
Yeah. So is it +2 to you?
Sure. What's his reflex?
His reflex, you'll be faster.
Okay.
Actually, no, he's 9 guard. Let's roll that. If it's over 12, you're faster.
Okay.
So you get a flanked attack.
Okay. So, let's see what I have to beat.
Okay. Let me just check on flanked.
It's your discretion,
Yeah.
so you can make it.
I'll say it's flanked. I'm just checking the bonus. Is you get +2 to 6.
Okay. I thought that one was. Oh no, that's unequal equipment. Narrator modifier may apply.
All right. So this is his
Yep.
roll. 2, 3.
Just knife like pulled out. I just realized something.
What? That's the old cheat sheet.
I have knives,
Yeah. Close combat.
which are small weapons.
Yeah.
I can dual wield. I have 4 knives. I can pull a blade out of each wrist, and I get +2 for having a dual wielded small secondary weapon.
Cool.
I've never even looked at that. I just saw it there. I'm like, wait, dual wielding is a thing. So I'm going to dual wield,
+2
baby.
d6 small secondary weapon +1d6.
Oh, okay, well, we'll call it one.
Okay.
This might be the older one.
Yes.
Cool. So +1 dice for having. I pull out 2 blades and like lunge at him like a Naruto man.
Ooh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And he got how many?
3.
Cool.
So you get a level 5 victory immediately. So when he notices that you're about to attack him, you're well on your way and basically parallel. Like you're meeting him as he turns and is drawing his staff, realizing you're attacking him. What do you do with your level 5 victory?
Does he reduce it with strength?
And he's got armor.
Which will reduce if I inflict an injury. So, I am going to disarm him.
Okay.
So I lunge forward, and with my 2, like he's hand gripped on the blade, I just like flick it.
And that's what level victory?
That's only a level 2 victory.
Yeah, cool. So he can't reduce to that.
Yeah.
So you disarm him.
So
he
just
turns
it clatters across the ground.
and he's lost his spear and he looks wide-eyed at you indignantly and prepares to engage
Minus
again.
his
So
weapon
his
and his
declaration,
weapon skill.
he's lost his
Yep.
spear on the ground, but he's a militant and he's trained in unarmed as well, so he knows how to react when he loses his weapon. So he launches into he's going to immediately
Swing for a
pummel you
punch.
in the nose with his
Yep.
gauntlet. Cool. 3 successes.
Delvin's.
How dare you!
Holy moly.
Holy
6.
Okay.
So level
Level
3
3.
victory again. Now, the question is, if he had strength, I'm assuming he would have used it last turn to reduce my fatal, and then I can pick a lower one.
I would say because it's not something he, like, mechanically it wouldn't have made a difference, so I wouldn't use that reduction.
But
Like,
you'd have to choose before, because then, so if I had a fatal, he'd be like, do I take the level 5 injury or no.
Okay.
And then you'd go, well, do I want to reduce it to
All
a
right, no,
4?
that's fair. Okay,
Yeah,
so he's used his strength up.
because I used a level 2 on a level 5
So he's got his armor,
victory.
not his strength, to reduce injury.
Yeah, because I bet it's only on an injury. Okay, so I have a level 3 victory on him. I trip him. So I like flick a blade under his greave and just knock him onto his ass on the ground.
Yep. You've decked him. You've totally caught him off guard, and he's shocked, and he's about to start shouting for backup. I'll say that because you have the reflex. You wouldn't have caught it otherwise, but you have a moment's notice to.
So I
In fact, I'm going to destiny roll to see how much gets out. 13. So he starts to hide.
I say one more word and you're dead. And attacking, like I'm assuming we're still struggling. So
Yeah, so
we'll do the
he's
next
flat
round.
on his back.
Yep,
So he's now.
got neg 4 off this turn's roll.
Yep. So this is his roll.
Okay, let's see it.
Fucking
Oh,
2.
still-
3.
Okay, he doesn't want to die, which makes sense. I
You got
only
3.
get 3.
You
So
match
we
it.
are in like a staved off. Knives come into him and
And he's holding it, and I'm going to say because you're neck and neck.
Mm-hmm.
He looks a little worried. Because it's probably the patrol is quite widespread.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone covers a certain amount of blocks. So you did catch him sort of mid patrol blocks.
Mm-hmm.
So he sort of looks like he can't get back up unless he really works up a fuss. So he looks like he's building up for that. In the meantime, he's sort of trying to use his energy to fight you off.
okay. Let's keep fighting.
Let's keep fighting. He's got 2 this time. He's sort of slowly weakening his grip.
But oh my god, can we roll in the thing? Okay,
You got 4. So you're gaining the upper hand. The knife is slowly getting closer to his throat,
So-
and he's less and less inclined to start shouting.
I'm attempting to injure him. So I basically, while he's doing that, I'm like, you best stop struggling, and then I go to stab him, which I'm assuming armor. So it's a level 2 injury.
You could use your level 1 victory to.
level 2 I've got a level 2 victory.
Oh, because he got 2, you got 4.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
okay.
he can reduce it with his armor,
Yeah, but you're going to do it.
but I'm going to attempt to hurt him.
Yeah, cool. So you,
Stab at his waist, not his neck. Just like a stop wriggling.
yeah, and you get in a place where, like, it's sort of getting through the thick of the skin, but you're not really getting into him. But at this point, he's now vulnerable. I'll say he's expanded his armor defenses, and
And the knife's like in the chink.
Yep. And he's like wide-eyed, and he starts to. All of his effort now is just like holding your knife off, but he's aware that, like, okay, now he's in trouble. Like, one wrong move and he's out.
What do you want? What do you have to do with my dealings?
Now, if we can either keep rolling for combat, do you want me to like keep, or have I pretty clearly got the upper hand? While he's
You've
doing
got the
so?
upper hand.
I'd like to like push him along the ground into the corner of the alleyway so he's off the street.
Yep. Make a grip check. Challenge level 2.
I don't know what my grip is.
Okay. So you got 1.
So I do not manage to.
Yep. I'm going to fail forward and say you manage it, but you're leaving obvious evidence as you do. There's
that he's been dragged
there's
in
a
there.
struggle.
Cool.
Yeah. And
All right.
there's some blood that's sort of dripping due to the struggle. You're not efficient or quick.
Yep.
So starting to look messy.
And we messily get him into the alleyway.
Yeah.
And then I say, slaves, tell me everything.
What business is it of yours?
I don't like slavery.
Who are you?
I'm the Sparrow.
The fuck is the Sparrow?
Well, it's going to be your nightmare soon if you don't tell me what I want to know. I don't think you're in a position to be asking me questions. Just answering.
Look, I don't specialize. I just use my connections to give people access where it's deserved and where the pay is good. Sometimes it's the fail and cool. Sometimes it's women. You get the idea.
Well, I want those connections. Where and who do you deal with?
I'm going to destiny roll this one to see in what direction he'd be inclined.
Oh, that was a 20 and then it rolled. Ah!
I rolled back to an 8. He's pretty tight-lipped, but then he's sort of like, roll deception. So you're going to have to perceive against this. This is 3 that you're rolling against, perception.
Ooh, only a 2.
Yep. So he says,
Look, there's only 3 that I know of. 1 for the Phelan Cole, 2 for whores. There's only one that's based in a city nearby. The rest are far distant. I think it was Bakerbury. That's one of my whore traders.
And the name?
he gives you the name.
Okay, he gives me a name,
Yeah.
which may or may not be a real name,
Yeah.
but I can look into that later.
Sure.
And I say, all right, you've been compliant.
Are we done here?
He looks like sneering.
And I like feign a relaxing of grip and everything.
And he starts to like dust himself off and get ready to stand.
And then I say,
Don't.
I've got one more thing. And then I reach around, like I stow one knife,
Yeah.
reach around the side, and then just in a flash of movement, pull out the shears and just stick them into his gut where I've made the chink in his armor.
Okay. Give it
combat
a roll, yeah. I'm gonna give you a roll. This is a destiny roll to see if you can catch him unprepared.
Yep.
I'm gonna say 8+.
Sure. Which is
3.
going to be a 3 because that's
Okay.
how we roll
Yeah.
in this
Okay.
game. I get no destiny.
So he knows what you're going for.
The world is against Sparrow. That's fine.
Okay, so he hasn't got his weapon, but he's not on the ground. So this
He's
is his
getting it,
roll.
yep.
Yep. He's got 2.
Fly true, Sparrow.
1, 2. That was awful. 2 and 2. So you pull up the shears and you go to press them into his gut, and he catches them with his gauntlet, and he looks at you directly in the eyes and is like,
Not tonight.
and he headbutts you for his next move. This is his
Cool.
boom 4.
4. And I'm going to... I know this has to happen. So I'm going to put a destiny to give myself advantage.
Yep. Just keep track of that for the next.
Yeah, I'm on 2. I'm now on 1.
Yep.
So I like... Delvin goes, it would have been so poetic. And then I swing back with my like proper blade that I'm used to using. And get 4 successes. My roll!
So you are immediately in a scuffle right now, and his next move is he is declaring a non-injuring round that gives him a bonus. Is that the one that we're... What was the one that was...
The only one that you get, if it's defensive,
defensive.
it's +2, but you can't get injuries.
Okay.
You can't get
achieve
victory
a
levels.
level of victory.
Yeah, but you basically can block with it.
He's armed in an alleyway. He's in defensive mode. He's
Okay.
basically trying to get you off of him
Yeah.
so he can get out and deal with this properly. Either get back to his weapon or to back up.
That makes sense.
Cool. So this is his roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. What do you do, Sparrow?
Can I consistently roll this badly?
This is not going as smoothly as some other evenings have.
I don't know if I want to use my last destiny. No, I'll save that for if if he starts to
advantage.
get away.
Yeah.
I'll just roll.
That was bad. That was
That
3.
was 4.
Oh, 4.
4.
So it meets him.
Oh, he got 4 again.
Yeah.
Oh my god! All right, so
Pretty
we're
sure.
just in a stalemate. I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy thinking about how I should have used destiny on that roll because I got like 4.
You don't
threes.
inflict an injury. So at this point, I'm going to say he's up. He's pushed you back. He's not succeeding over you, and you not over him. But at this point, he's moving his way. He's reaching the mouth of the alleyway. But he's sort of like
Okay.
facing you sideways and like scuttling off to get his spear, which is within arm's reach.
All
Like,
right.
not too far away. He'll get there next round.
So he's defensive. I am going to charge to break up the distance and put like my everything in this. I'm going to spend a destiny on advantage. I'm going to get my charge dice. And this is my like, if he gets out of this alleyway, things are pretty bad.
Yep. Yep. Is it charged dice? You get +1
Plus 1 dice.
Cool.
But he can't
But
brace
he can't
'cause
defend
he's slower.
because yeah. So this is his defensive roll. 1, 2, 3, 4 is what you're aiming to beat.
Come on!
1, 2, 3.
Oh, 3
4, 5,
threes.
6.
6.
6. If you didn't use that destiny point, you'd be in trouble, sir.
Oh my God, my roll.
Yeah, you got it.
So 6. He got 4.
Yep.
So he's got his armor used, his strength used.
Yep.
Medium injury straight away. I just sink a knife into him
Yep.
through the chink in his armor.
Yep, right into his side. He takes it, he like sort of stumbles onto the ground, but by this time he's sort of like on his knees and he grabs his spear and then he flips to hold it up and aims it at you.
No.
But he's got level 2 injury.
Yeah, but now he's got like a million more dice.
No, because whatever bonus he gets, he loses from the injury. Level 2 injury.
Yeah. So is he back to fighting now?
He's sort of like kneeling down, but he's holding his spear up.
Okay.
All right.
6 successes. I just stabbed the man and he somehow got away from my blade, got out into the middle of the street and picked up his weapon. But that's fine.
He's
It's
going
fine.
directly for the middle of your torso.
5 successes.
He got 6.
Cool.
So he gets you right on the side of the chest.
And it slices through my clothes and then scrapes into leather armor.
Yep.
And I
Gotcha.
use my armor.
Beautiful.
Oh my God, this is ridiculous.
pretty
All
intense.
right, let's not get
I'm glad
6
it's got
successes.
stakes now. So
Fucking hell. He is an Iron Guard captain, so I am totally fine with this being a ridiculous... I would never usually have targeted someone this high.
yeah.
All right, let's do it. I want to see this.
He's got he now that he's got the spear in and through your armor, but he can see he hasn't really gotten you. He goes to pull back and tear the blade of the spear through your chest.
Cool.
You got 2
successes. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Yeah. So you get a level 2.
So, because I've got the higher reflexes, Delvin sees, or Sparrow sees what's going to happen. And as he pulls his spear, Delvin wraps his hand and wrist around the shaft of the spear and lets him pull me towards him. But now that I'm bracing myself, he pulls me into him.
Yep.
And the other knife just straight into his gut off his own strength and momentum.
Yeah.
And then
That's another level 2 injury.
medium injury.
And he looks like wide-eyed at this point. Is this knife?
So he's now -4.
What did you do that with? Your knife or shears or?
That was the knife.
That was the knife. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now he's got 2 big stabbies in his tummy.
And if I get one more level of injury, he has to start taking endurance to not pass out.
Yeah, and you're in close combat too, so his spear is also irrelevant.
This is brutal. Cool.
So, and you can see just like the blood starting to seep out of his mouth, and it's like, who the fuck are you? Who do you work for? As he tries to give you one last pummel with his hand and gets 1 level of victory. Oh, sorry, 1 point of victory. Holy shit.
Holy crap.
Finally.
6 successes.
Yep.
That's a level 5.
You do whatever the fuck you want now.
So, who the fuck are you, is what he said.
And who do you work for?
So, am I with a fatal injury, can I take control now? Okay, cool. All right.
Story tell, sir.
All right. In that, Delvin goes, I'm Sparrow, and I work for the freedom of the Barrows. Does he go to respond?
He just looks confused. I'm going to destiny roll to see if that rings a bell. Yeah, he's like, wait, Sparrow, the trader in Fellbrook. You as well?
No, you as... and I'm like, oh yes, that was my work.
What are you doing? What do you get out of this?
As he finishes...
Attacking the god? Are you mad?
As he finishes, like he's speaking those words and his mouth is open, in a flash with his fast reflexes, Delvin just shoves 2 fingers in his mouth, grabs his tongue, and then just slices it off with his, sticks the knife in and just rips his tongue out of his mouth and throws it splashing into the wall.
There's a spurt of blood that hits your face as his tongue flops against the alley.
And now that he's off balance,
Yep.
push him back into the alleyway and reach up and pull this collar on the rope down and latch it around his neck and then just pull him up.
He starts to like try and scream, but the gurgles of the blood that's starting to choke him and fill his lungs don't let him.
And
the
then
collar is firmly around his neck, loose enough that it's moving, but firm enough that once pulled, it's got the bottom of his jaw.
Cool. Delvin lifts him off the ground with it and because pulleys it and then ties it off. I planned this pretty well. So it's tied on some poor person's like flower pottery arrangement or something in the alleyway.
Yep.
And then, well, he's only like a half foot off the ground.
Yep.
Grabs the
And
shears.
he's still like sort of kicking and struggling.
Pulls his hair back.
Holding up on the collar.
Has he got a helmet?
It fell off in the kerfuffle, yeah.
How has he got long hair?
Medium, yeah.
I really roughly just cut it off, like so he's down to the short, like really brutally, and just pull the hair and leave it. And then I'm just like, while he's basically bleeding
With the shears.
With the shears.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, how's it feel to be treated like your slaves are treated? Like cattle. You make me sick.
That's what you hear.
Yeah. I'm like, the Barrows will be free, and the king, the mad king, will die. And then with that, I stab him one more time through and end his life with the shears, and then drag them out, and with blood, just very clearly.
Sign of the Sparrow.
A sparrow.
Yeah, cool.
And then I basically run because this was messy. This was not a good one.
As Delvin finishes the very last part of his journey's story, at least in the time that he's known you all, the sun outside starts to dim a little, and you realize that another day has passed. Almost 2 full days that you've been awake, and adrenaline and shock running through your entire body. And at that moment, I'm going to say that everyone is heavily fatigued and gets -2 to every roll because your eyes are burning and your bodies are fatigued and sore. And the room sits silent.
Well, is that all?
Unless you've got any questions.
I mean, I have a few, but it's been a long couple of days.
Right. Well, then the important ones.
I guess I get it. I understand why you do the things that you do, but you kind of scare me a little bit. Wait, not a little bit, a lot.
Well, don't let my flourishes in the retelling give you false perceptions of things. It's never as glorious in the truth of it.
I can see that this is probably a little more for you lot. I'm glad you could abide me for just a little bit. But as I go, and feel free to use my room for the night because you all look exhausted. Let me just say that nary a decade ago, when me and my father and my brothers fought and died in the rebellion against the king, we did things that I would never do were the circumstances not such that would push me and my kinsmen over the edge. The horrors we have seen, the blood that was spilled on our turf first, pushed us to do inhumane, horrible things that I too would do again. Maybe just think that over, because I get the sense that young Sparrow here has had the soul kicked out of him in a very similar way. And he sort of awkwardly shifts out of the room. And Delvin, Catalina, and Brick sitting in the quiet, dimming bedroom.
Do you have anything to say, Brick?
For the majority of your retelling, in fact, most of your retelling, Brick was standing imposingly by the door, arms crossed, expressionless, stewing, thinking about what you were saying, what you'd done, and the reasons you'd been doing it.
Delvin, you are from an oppressed people, and fighting back is respectful, and I do admire your work for that. In this work you do, I do not hold grudges. It is for a cause you believe in, and I've killed many and done far worse than you for much less. But the lies and manipulations, everyone I've met since coming to this forsaken land hold no values, honor, truth. They mean nothing to Graydon, Donisian, or Barrowan. And now my life is to serve them.
Brick reaches up and gently tugs on his slave collar. And you notice that as he tugs it, it's not really held on by anything. It's more a symbol than an actual shackle.
And with Modela, you manipulated and betrayed that friendship. And although you helped her, it was for your own disingenuous reasons. And you helped her through her grief. And for that I do thank you. But you need to know. I do not know if I can trust you at all, or in helping free Modela. And so if you do anything, or the actions you take bring her harm from this point forward, I will end you. Even if it costs me my life, the last beat of your heart as I rip it from your chest will be sweeter than any freedom I could have dreamed of. I do not wish it to come to this. You're trying to do better. You're trying to change the world for good. And to be someone better. Someone worth following. Be someone worth serving.
Brick, I don't think I've ever heard you speak that much. And I think my favorite part was the part where you said you'd rip my heart out. Because that's the first time you've ever said anything straight up and down. It tells me that in a pinch, your heart's in the right place. And your shackles, and I note it, your sort of symbolic thing, aren't nearly as tight as they might have been once. I have no intention of hurting Modela, and I never did have any intention of hurting her. I certainly wanted to swing things in my favor and get myself a pretty powerful Phelan called bodyguard and all the things we could have done together. Maybe we still can on more even grounds. But both of you tonight have said you don't know if you can trust me. And I'd like to offer a counter to that. I don't think there's anything I could have done to make you trust me more than tell you all of this tonight, because honestly, I've given you everything. Everything you need. And you can walk out that door with it. If you want to have me hung from the streets, it's there. And if they ask for proof, check out me ass. You'll find it there. So, here's what I want to do.
I'm sorry, I just anyone who isn't a patron who doesn't know that that's where your brand is.
Well, they're gonna have to assume that because Delvin doesn't clarify.
It's just
He
no
pats his
context.
left arse cheek.
There'll be fan out of this.
But if we're going to do things and change the world, we're going to need to trust each other. Doesn't mean we have to like each other, Kat. If you don't like what I've done, that's fine. But I think this is a crossroads. And it's one where you two get to make a decision. Kat, whether you see it as an option or not, I guarantee you, you could walk or ride back all the way to the keep right near IRONSPIRE, and your mum would take you back. Especially if you got rid of those bastards you were hanging around with. You get on a ship back to Thanicia and you'd be safe. Hell, go with the children of Amar. Because if your mum's done any of the things she said she'd try to, your dad's safe and Ainsley's got nothing on you. You can get out of this. Brick, same thing, mate. You can just fuck off. I know you think you're owned, but I know you won't because of Medela. But it's worth saying, this is my mess. This is a Watcher problem, and it's one I'm going to try and fix. But I say we either are in it together, in earnest and openly, or get the hell out of here.
I think that you fail to realize that I think this is beyond you now. We're involved, even if you didn't want us to be. But that's fine. I need to finish what I started. I'm not walking away from this, and I would not give my mother the pleasure.
And then what? We get Medela back. I reckon the two of us have a score to settle with someone who will be unnamed. And then what?
Why don't we cross that bridge when we come to it?
I guess I want to know if I'm building a future, or if this is a suicide mission to save a little girl.
Well, what is your intention? The Sparrow.
Stoke hope in the hearts of those who don't have it. First, the Barrows, long oppressed, and then take it elsewhere. If the symbol of Baron Revolution can teach us anything, well, it can teach the Phalancool maybe even. And overthrow the king's nice and all, but I'm quite suspicious that another one will take his place just as bad. But really just get the boot off people's necks. Bring hope to the Barrows. End this slavery, or de facto slavery, whatever they want to call it. And, yeah. Put someone nice. Put someone really nice with a sweetheart in a position of power, and let them rule the land. I don't know. Sounds a bit sweet and sincere, but if I'm there behind the curtain stabbing everyone who disagrees with that plan, it might just work.
Well, I can say this for certain, that I'll be by your side.
I didn't expect that, Kat, but I appreciate it. Especially given the vast difference in personal experiences we have.
Maybe you don't know me as well as you think you do.
Maybe. Maybe you just haven't seen my work up close yet. Brick?
Is there a bed in the room?
Yeah.
I would like to lay down on the bed.
It's a large bed, suitable for housing 3 or 4 people at a time.
Yes, it is.
We have a lot to do. We best get some rest.
I kind of was thinking I'd be getting dressed down at some point. And
Means being shouted at. Cat, why are you... Ever since you saw me with my shirt off...
I'm not used to these customs. I apologize.
Right. Okay. I mean, like, you guys don't have to go easy on me.
I think we need some rest.
Right. Well...
I did slap you last time.
You tried to. Well, how about it then? Get some rest, and I might just have a plan on how we might be able to save Mikey.
And that brings us to the end of chapter 20. Definitely our longest chapter by far. But wow, like everyone's character work coming together like that, and the fact that we are now facing the challenges of Sunder as a true party is just very exciting. And with the peripheral help of our bloody, if there's going to load,
patrons will come.
Will they? Yeah, the patrons.
They're going to
Thank you
super
to our
speedy.
patrons.
The Dark Fox.
Tesserax.
AJ Macy.
Tickle tap.
Yeah,
And Infinite Shadows.
Thank you all so much for your support. It's been so fun to have our patron hangouts
To dupe
as
you
well.
all as well.
Yeah.
Duping you all was fun.
I'm so excited for next
Our
week.
patron after parties have been getting busier and busier. It's great.
They really
The
have
excitement,
been.
the hype.
It really, it's very, very cool. And yeah, we're just so grateful to be doing what we're doing. And we have a poster we've started to work on look, we're amping up to it. So it's all gonna come together. I think we have two or three chapters left, and that is IRONSPIRE Season 1. But I have a feeling that there is going to be no slowing down until the end.
Oh man.
Rick, they're so measured, so reasonable. I had all these rebuttals expected, but you were just completely upfront and honest about everything I could have rebutted.
I actually had planned to say something if you tried to interrupt me at any point, which is why I asked you how to say "open your ears" with a Russian accent. It's really fucking hard. It doesn't sound right.
No, Delvin can listen as much as he can flap his gums.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see you guys in the next chapter.
Bye, Ren.
See you there.